All right. Guess what? It's that time of year again.
We're here.
How about that? Let's start with who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Andrew Yozviak, and I have the privilege of being the director of bands here at Westchester University. And we are so excited to be welcoming 6 different high school bands this weekend, and a number of great clinicians in what we bill as Concert Band Camp. It's a National Band Association co-sponsored event, and kind of what happens is we get some groups here and they're coming in different levels of preparation, and our job is to give them some best practices and good techniques to prepare for all of their events this spring.
That's great.
Who are you?
I was going to say you're a smart man, because you hire really good people and me, and then you don't actually do very much teaching. Yeah, you just watch everybody else teach.
Hey man, I just want to make sure that everything is going to
no,
run smoothly this afternoon.
If any of you have not tried to run an event, which I have not, but I have been to so many of these, and let's say there's 2 camps. There's the ones that are run really well, and then there's the other ones, and this is one of the former. So I joke, but no, this one is really wonderful. My name is Andrew Hitz, and I am here to host the online stream, as well as to work with each of the 6 bands when there is a band director roundtable, which is going to happen at 6:30 tonight, and then again at 1:30 tomorrow. And that is, I guess that's probably self-explanatory. Band director roundtable. That's when there's a bunch of band directors talking
Around a table.
Ish, yes. But while that's happening, I'm actually inside with the 3 bands today, and then tomorrow with the 3 bands for tomorrow. And we'll talk to them about a variety of things. That will not be on the stream, but the band director conversation, which from what I'm told, I've never been a part of it, but from what I'm told, it's always very interesting. But one of the things that I love about this event is that it is getting a peek. A lot of these type events, I'm going to finish one of these sentences, it's going to be very exciting. A lot of these type events are bands that are fully prepared, and so they are, everything is polished, and the wonderful clinicians that we're going to introduce here in just a second are able to take those and to make them even better, and to challenge the students that way. So I'm not in any way saying that there's not a ton of value there, or even less value there. The reason that it's more notable for this, being that it's early in the process, is that that's a very rare thing to get to watch really great clinicians working with a band who are not sight reading, but they are quite early in the process of preparing their assessment music.
Yeah, very much a front end event as the groups are getting prepared for whatever they have on their plates for the spring, and throughout the day, you're going to get a look behind the curtain into what our clinicians are offering the ensembles as ways to negotiate some best practices in their repertoire, maybe some new ways of looking at things than they had been, and we'll actually take some time to bring the clinicians out. And Andrew will talk to them a little bit about what they've been doing, what they've been focusing on, and why some of the suggestions they've been making are going to be appropriate and probably very beneficial to the groups that are here today. Yeah.
We've already used the cliche, but I'll use it again, like a peek behind the curtain, because I will be pulling the director who is working with the group that will be here in the main hall halfway through the clinic. And we'll be talking to them about some of the things that they just did, talking about what they're about to do, and then you get to watch them actually do it. And so it truly is. There's a lot of like pedagogy that even goes into So this feed, I think, is really valuable for musicians. I was about to say musicians and directors. That is not what I meant to say, at all.
Here we go.
But Anyway, I can't conduct. Yeah, so we'll put it that way. So I conduct Tuba Christmas every year, and it's more like just traffic cop. So yeah, they hired me because of my wingspan.
I love it.
Yeah. Tell us about the clinicians that you have this year.
Yeah, great group of people, as always, visiting us. We have Dr. Mary Schneider, who's visiting us from Eastern Michigan University. And we have our own Westchester Wind Band staff, Dr. Adam Gumbel, our Director of Athletic Bands, and we'll be welcoming, for the first time at this event this year, our new Associate Director of Bands, Dr. Hannah Morrison.
That's great. And who are the bands that are here today?
Yeah, we've got 3 bands that we'll be visiting with today. In the theater, the group that you'll be seeing our clinicians work with throughout the evening is Camp Hill High School under the direction of Armand Regani. And also with us today we have the Exeter High School band under the direction of Lorraine Selke, and the Cedar Crest High School band under the direction of Scott Muntz.
That's great. And so we're going to be able to see them in action. And the other thing is that it's the same band, which there's a lot of value in us seeing the same band because we get to see 3 different people working with them. And not only will there be differences in what they work on, but how they work on it. And they're all wonderful, but you know, every single teacher is different in terms of just any good teacher, which they all are, brings energy, but how that actually manifests is different. It's a real I was about to say peek behind the curtain, and I would turn the stream off if I heard someone say that 3 times in 7 minutes. So I'm not going to use that. Not going to use that cliche, but it's really neat. So we are going to go in there very soon, and maybe we'll dismiss you since you've got to talk in about 4 minutes, right?
Got some things to do.
Yeah, there you go. And I'll read a little bit of ad copy, and then we'll be momentarily into the live feed of the doctor here in the main hall. So,
awesome.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the evening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, of course. So this event is sponsored by the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the National Band Association include a subscription to The Instrumentalist, the official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships. There are 5 issues a year. A subscription to the NBA Journal. That's 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available via PDF. Access to valuable resources, including the selective music lists, concert band music and concert marches, access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. And we are also obviously need to thank Westchester University Wells School of Music. Explore a career in music at the Westchester University Wells School of Music, accredited with the National Association of Schools of Music. Programs are available in music performance, education, theory, history, composition, studio composition, music with elective studies in an outside field, and music therapy. The university provides state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities and scholarship opportunities. Students can also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal, choral, orchestra, and more. With more than 200 concerts annually, the Wells School of Music is looking forward to welcoming you to campus or via live stream for an upcoming performance, music-specific tour, or shadow day. We hope that you will experience in person the vibrancy of our nationally recognized programs of study and see firsthand the remarkable scholarly and artistic community that is the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. With state-of-the-art rehearsal and performing facilities, several scholarship opportunities, and the ability for students also get involved in multiple ensembles, including band, vocal, choral, orchestra, and more. Wells School of Music is a top choice for an affordable music education. Also wanted to thank J.W. Pepper, who are providing the live stream for this event. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. We offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, our digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, we offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. And finally, for now, we would like to thank KHS America. This appearance of Jupiter Band Instruments / EXO professional brass artist Andrew Hitz has been made possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America. Let me try that again. This is the company that I've been working with for 15 years and I can't read it. The KHS America Academic Alliance and Jupiter / EXO Band Instruments. Andrew, it also seems weird calling myself by my name. I'm like an NBA player now. Andrew performs on Jupiter and EXO professional brass instruments. So we are going to go momentarily into the hall here. We might go to a still screen for a minute or two, but then as soon as Dr. Józwiak starts speaking with the students, then we will have the feed go in there, and then we will watch the band work with the first clinician. Thanks for joining us.
The truth. The truth. Spokesperson, just for because you've been here 5 times and you continually come back and find value in what it is we're doing.
Camp Hill
We're
right
looking
down
for like,
front.
you know, actually, this is perfect. Jacking on and like.
Greetings, friends. How's everybody doing?
All right. Easy,
Good.
fella.
I'm Dr. Andrew Józwiak, and I have the privilege of being the director of bands here at Westchester University. So I'd like to take just a moment to welcome you to our, I think it's our 14th annual National Band Association and Westchester University Wind Band Symposium. We've got 3 incredible bands here this afternoon and evening who are joining us for the event. Please welcome Miss Lorraine Selke and the Exeter High School Band. Mr. Scott Muntz and the Cedar Crest Band. And Mr. Armand Regani and the Camp Hill High School Band. Glad y'all could join us today. So during the time that we have with you, or that you're visiting us this evening, you're going to be visited by 3 or 4 or 5 different clinicians who are going to spend some time working with your ensembles. And just so you know who these people are, we have with us visiting Westchester, a good friend of ours from Eastern Michigan University, Dr. Mary Schneider. We have our own Westchester University team that includes Dr. Hannah Morrison, and Dr. Adam Gumbel. As soon as we finish our dinner and our meal break, you're really going to have a treat. Our good friend from Jupiter and EXO Music Instruments, Andrew Hitz, is going to be spending a little bit of time with you and talking about life and music and doing a little bit of a master class about ways or different ways you might think of yourselves as musicians and having a life in music. Okay. So Welcome, Andrew. This event is a special one for us here at Westchester because it's different than a lot of things we do and possibly some things you do. A lot of times when you go out with your ensemble, you're going out with everything fully prepared. It's a real shiny product, all the warts are removed, you are ready to go, ready for performance. The thing that we really enjoy about this event is that all the ensembles are coming into this weekend in different levels of preparation, and most of us aren't at a point where we're really ready to go. Like, we're really ready to do that assessment. We're really ready to go and do that Music for All festival or whatever you're going to be involved in. We're not really ready to be playing PMEA a little later in the semester, right? Different levels of preparedness. And you're coming here from great programs and incredible instruction from your home band directors. And one of the cool things we get to do today is we get to sample some different ideas from a number of different people who are going to be standing in front of you and hearing the same tunes you've been working on and possibly offering you some different approaches about how you may be able to get to the end of a real polished product with these pieces. So your challenge for the day is to note some of the new ideas that you're taking in or some of the new ideas that are being introduced to you. How do they compare to things that are already going on in your program? And if they're different, how can we take these new ideas and how can we integrate them into the way we go about our business? You know, so it becomes this little bit of a sampling of all kinds of different ways to approach the same thing. Okay? We get to the end of the evening, we usually do what we just call a show and tell. We don't call it a performance because for most of us, we're not at that point yet. You know? So you might choose a tune to perform, you might pick a movement of a tune to perform, whatever it is, we'll leave that up to you. And you could make your basis of choosing whatever you're going to perform this evening based on how the evening rolls. Our Westchester Wind Ensemble will be doing a similar kind of thing. We just started preparing last Wednesday. We had 3 rehearsals on the parts of the music that we're going to perform for you this evening. We're getting ready to perform a concert at the end of the month, so a lot of our stuff is a little undercooked right now as well. We'll be excited to give you kind of a teaser of where we are with our progress as well. Okay. So we're going to dismiss in just a minute, and I have 2 other people that I want to make sure I introduce you to. If you are wandering around the building and one of the directors isn't with you because they're in a session, or you just need help with something around the School of Music, our 2 GAs, our 2 graduate assistants, Jacob and Evan, they'll be around to give you a hand and direct you to where you need to go or help you with any questions you may have. Okay. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm really excited to hear what y'all been working on and see how you progress throughout the day, and have fun with our clinicians and have a great day.
As soon as Mr. Regani gets on the podium, to connect just visually with each other. And the way I ask my students to do this is really simple. I'm going to ask you to all sit with the same ready position. So go ahead and show me like what your ready position looks like on your instrument. Not your playing position, but your ready position. Okay? And yeah, it seems like we have flutes that are like down in the lap, and it doesn't matter what it is as long as it's the same. This is your first point of connection with each other. Right, trombones, congruent, good. Fancy word for the same, right? But I'll use it because I want to be fancy. All right, tubas, cool. Yeah, if we want to have them, a lot of groups will just go like on the lap. That's cool. All right, great. Yep, right knee looks good. Yeah, that's awesome. So now if we all agree that this is how we're going to operate, we increase the probability, if we look the same, that we're going to sound the same. When Mr. Regani puts his hands up, go ahead and bring your instruments up together, but don't do it before he puts his hands up, okay? And he puts his hands down, you put your instruments down. It's really pretty simple. But think about it. Is it now more probable that we are connected and going to play with a congruent attack? It's hard to say that it's not more probable, okay? So get connected right away. I'm going to encourage you, if it doesn't look like we're all sitting the same way, it's totally cool. It just means that we're not ready to start. Just, put your hands back down, and then put your hands up. The instruments don't go up together, just put your hands down again. All right, ready, go. Literally my favorite exercise. Every one of our ensembles here starts with that exact same exercise, right? What do you call that exercise? You call it number one? Okay, yeah, it's a Remington, good, yeah, it's an F descending interval exercise or a Remington exercise, and there's a reason why it's so popular. I don't know if you could hear the group in the other room during all your rests, they were doing literally the exact same thing, right? There's a reason why everybody loves this. Why do you play this exercise? What's the point? Or what are the points? Why do you do it? This will be and I guarantee the other clinicians will do the same thing. This is not going to be just the sage on the stage talking at you the whole time, all right? This is going to be a very collaborative kind of experience. Why do we play a Remington exercise? What are the benefits? Yeah. Tonality. All right, great. Tonality. What does that mean?
Playing with the same color sound.
Okay, great. So being in tone, I love that, okay? So tone, quality of sound. We want to make sure that we are playing with our best quality of sound at all times. We also get the chance to mix the paint with the people around us, take our color and mix it in with the people around us. That's great. So we want to be in tone. Love it, okay? What else? What's another benefit? Yeah. Say it again. Flexibility. Okay, great. So we get to move from the middle register down into the lower register, and we get to do so gradually. Wonderful. What else? Yeah. Attack and release. Wonderful. So the beginnings, the middles, and the ends of notes. But attack, sustain, release, right? Wonderful. That's in time. So we have in tone, and then in time, or the when of the music. Cool. What else? It's a high yield exercise, yeah. Tuning, good. In tune, right? Very nice. So making sure that we're connecting with the people around us and playing the same pitches at all times. The compressions and rarefactions of air molecules are moving through space at the same rate. Very good. So in tone, in time, in tune. What else? Anything else? What did we do before we started? What was the first thing I asked you to do? Connect. Good. Who said that? Gold star, full scholarship to Westchester University. Congratulations. Not a binding agreement. Yeah, that's not a binding agreement. Yeah, exactly. So we wanted to connect. So in touch. Okay, the 4 T's. You get to do all of them. It's a super high yield exercise. Okay. Now, what the in time seemed to be a big deal, right? We wanted to make sure that we were in time with each other, that those beginnings lined up. How do we play together? What do we do? Yeah. We breathe together. Fantastic. What's your name again? Ava. Ava. Great to see you again. Yeah. We breathe together, and we what? Put your instruments up. Here we go. Concert F. Try it again. We'll connect at a higher level. Here we go. Okay. I am doing something, and some of you are doing something, maybe that we've worked together before and you know where this is going. We breathe together, but what else do we need to do? Yeah. We have to move together. Okay? I can't be the only one moving. We're going to move together in order to create more congruent attacks. Try it again. And it doesn't have to be huge. It's not like choreography in marching band or anything like that. It's just a little bit of motion in the ocean. Okay? Play with me. Here we go. I'm not playing conductor anymore. I can't be the only one moving. Here we go again. Everybody move with me. That's the right idea. Do it again. And hey, let's add 20 do you always warm up at a piano dynamic?
For tone exercises, yeah, generally. And part of it is that normally our wall is like right here.
Oh, okay. Your wall?
Like the wall of the room. Like
Oh, okay.
So
you only have one wall in the room?
I'm right here. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Budget cuts.
That's crazy. And you're right here?
Yeah. So like,
Can I, what dynamic, so you're playing in a piano dynamic? I'm going to encourage you to maybe to up that a little bit, right? Just because part of this is getting air moving, a mezzo forte would be lovely. Right now, I'd say we're probably at a level, I don't know, out of 9, we're probably at like a 2 or so. Let me hear what a 5 sounds like. Here we go. I'll try it again. Respond faster. Bang. Yeah, let's hear a 5. Yeah, I would just do that. Is that going to hurt you in the room, or is it like dangerous?
no, I think it's just our perception of the sound is like way different than
Oh.
actual reality.
Got it. Yeah. Was it hard to play that loud? Is it? No. Let me hear what a 7 sounds like. Yeah. Yeah, let me hear what a 9 sounds like. Yeah, that's right. So we're getting to a little distortion. That's okay. But if we start at a 5, if we just, I think that what you're doing with an F descending and what you're doing with that first exercise, you're really setting your default approach. And I just encourage you maybe to up that to mezzo forte, to that level 5, it's just gonna, like, you're gonna physically feel better. You're gonna get used to what it feels like to be playing at that medium dynamic, right? At what is a default dynamic. And then you're gonna distort less at the upper dynamic levels, okay? Let's move together again. Here we go. This time make it concert F, concert E natural, concert F, that half step. And move on the attack, move on the note change, and then move on the release. Okay, the 2 note changes and the release. Here we go. And. Nah, see, we're back to that 2 sound again. Fill up the instruments. Man. Yeah, that's it. And some people are totally bought into that concept of movement. That's great. Make it a whole step. It's okay. Good. Let's do it again. It's just 2 half steps, whole step. Concert F, concert E, E flat, concert F. Try it again. And move together. And move on the release. That's it. Keep going. Minor third. Yeah, play that same interval. Concert F, concert D, concert F, rain, rain, go away, sol, mi, whatever you want to think about. Here we go again. Great sounds, gang. Move on the release. That's it. Cool. Yeah, and if we get everybody on board with that concept, right, then it's not just about staring at the conductor. Then you're able to be much more independent when we're in other contexts, okay? You're then communicating with more than just the page and the person in front of you, Mr. Regani. You're communicating with each other, and music is all about what? Connection, right? So you're going to be more well-connected if we just move a little bit. The more motion we put in the music, the more emotion we get out of the audience, okay? So continue to move. Don't just sit there like a statue. Actually start to move a little bit, okay? Keep going. Number 2 or whatever it is that comes next.
Cool, yeah. Thank you.
There we go. Good. Connect. Let's try that again. Yeah, make sure all the saxophone, we're going in the lap with the sax. I love that. Make sure everybody's in the lap with the sax, and then they all come up at the same time. Ooh, ah. Let's do it. So cool. Cool, and this is going to happen over the course of the day. We're going to like do a new thing, and okay, cool, we're going to move together. All right, great, we're going to play a mezzo forte dynamic, and then what's going to happen after a little while, we're going to forget. We're going to revert to our default. Let's hold each other accountable for trying to maybe reprogram a couple of lines of code there. Reprogram just like a few lines of your default coding, more sound, fill up the horn, and move for connection. Try it again. 9 count tones. Motion in the ocean, babe. There you go. Fill up the hall, gang. Yeah, the quality of sound that we play with is really, really beautiful. And clearly, we done like level 1, 2, and 3 listening,
Yep.
blend and balance and all that stuff. Yeah, it's really, really, really well balanced in general. Okay, nicely done. Okay, so hey, why do we play 9 count tones? Actually, I have a question for you. Why do you do the 9 count tones after you do the F descending?
I think if F descending wakes up their ears a little bit more. So it's like two different purposes.
Okay.
Like, so one is really just about building the tone, and it feels like bench presses. Like you're building the tone. One is.
You know about bench presses, huh? No, that's all right.
It doesn't look like
Yeah, it's all right. No, it's cool. All right, great. So 9 count. So you put them after. I'm going to say this. We put the 9 count tones before the F descending, right? Because the 9 count tones are going to isolate the in time aspect, right? So it's going to be all about attack, sustain, release. It's going to be all about quality of sound and all about matching a single pitch over that 9 count duration, okay? And then once we feel really good with that, then we'll move. So why do you start sometimes with number 2, you said?
just to mix it up, not do the same exact thing every day.
Okay, great. Yeah. I encourage you to start with number 2 in general, okay? Because then we don't need to worry about, then we add the layer of the moving note, okay? And it's going to be a little bit, hey, hum that concert F. Hum it. This is my hand sign for hum, by the way. My teeth are together. Here we go. That's pretty good. No scooping into it. Hear it before you play it. Or before you hum it, I should say. Here we go. That's the right idea. Cool. And now when I do this, go from a to a ma. So it's ma. And here we go. Ready? Ma. That's the right idea. Cool. This time we'll crescendo for 8 counts. So ma, and then when I start conducting, just 8 count growth, we'll release on count 9. Here we go. Ready? And here's the hum. To a ma. Ma. And now crescendo for 8. Ah. That's your default. Sing right there. Ma. Again. And right on it. Ma. Open those mouths. Oh. That's the right idea. Okay? Cool. So how do we play in tune? What needs to happen in order to play in tune? What is it?
Oh, we gotta listen.
Okay, we gotta listen. What are we listening to?
The people around us.
Okay, so we listen to the people around us and we make adjustments? Yeah. Okay, great. So that's awesome. So the reactive way to play in tune is to listen to what's happening around us and then make some adjustments. Love that, okay? What would the proactive way of playing in tune be? Yeah. I hear it in my head. So I listen to the sound in my mind's ear before I play it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so both of those are very, very important things to do. Make sure, like, engage with the proactive form first, okay? Hear it in your head before you play it. That's why the humming and the singing. Do you do a lot of humming and singing?
Not a ton.
Okay.
Here and there, but
Here and there. Yeah, it's okay. So maybe with your 9 count tones, when you start with number 2, maybe start with just this simple hum. Okay, do it one more time and hum that concert F. Can you just give us a reference on an F? Thank you. Yeah, we're right on it. Here we go. And hum. But breathe together, hum together. Again. To a ma, big. Ma. Good. Put that on your instruments. Here we go. How do we play in time? We breathe together and move together. How do we play in tune? We hear it before we play it. Do both of those things on a 9 count tone. F and 2, 3. Yeah, I really appreciate, man, that was even more in tune than it was before. It's miraculous how that works. And I appreciate the growth that we put in there at the end. Okay, do you ever play around with dynamics in the 9 count tones?
we have here and there, but
Okay, great. So now this might be a good time to start to systemize some of these things. We don't rise to our goals, we fall to our systems. So there's, we just talk about 2 different types of dynamics. We talk about ramps and we talk about arcs, okay? Ramps go up or ramps go down. So play a 9 count tone on concert F, and then counts 5, 6, 7, and 8 will be a ramp down, okay? So it's concert F, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, release. Get the idea? Nod your head if you understand. Good, here we go, try it. And so this is 9 count tones, ramp down. And 2, ready. Now ramp down. That's the right idea. Do it again. And. Again. And breathe together, move together. We're forgetting to move. Again. And now fall. Now we can start to talk about some tendency fighters, right? Becoming exceptional. Everything you need to know about life you learn in band, by the way. Okay, it's an incredibly high-yield experience. Becoming exceptional is about fighting the tendencies of average. Okay, life lesson number 4. So we have to know our tendencies. What's our tendency from a pitch standpoint when we play softer? Yeah. Okay, from a tempo standpoint, when we play softer, we're almost always going to go slower. Fantastic. What about from a pitch standpoint? What did you hear happen? Try it again. It's all right. Put your horns up. Try it again. And 2. Same game. What element, as we played softer, what elements started to suffer in tone, in tune, or in time? What? In tune, yeah. Did you hear how we went out of tune? You hear what happened? Good, yeah, for most of us when we play softer, we mistake using less air to get softer with using slower air, all right? And slower air is going to make the pitch go down. Slower air, slower vibrations, lower pitches, okay? Some of us on our instruments, it actually goes the opposite way, but the moral of the story is we go out of tune. Okay, so try it again with that knowledge as power. Don't let the pitch go out of tune on that ramp down. Try it again. Here we go. Big sound. Keep the. Hear a difference? Yeah, for sure, right? Go the other direction. So ramp up. 9-count tone, but ramp up. When I say this, that means the last 4 we start at mezzo forte. The last 4 counts, it's not 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. It's the other direction. 5, 6, 7, 8, release. Right? What do we suppose the tendencies are going to be as we get louder? What do you think? Tempo is going to go faster, so we're going to fight against that. What about from a pitch standpoint? Most of us, when we got softer, the pitch went down. What do you suppose is going to happen? Yeah. Yeah, for most of us, not every instrument, not every person, but for most of us, as we play louder, we're going to go faster and the pitch is going to start to ride high. So with knowledge as power, try to fight against that tendency. Here you go. 9-count tones, ramp up. And 2, 3. Got to move together. Again. Now ramp up. Yeah, good. And some of us started to get a little wavy toward the end, right? But you made some great corrections. Do it again. And this time go down a half step. Contra D natural, and 2, ready. Grow, grow. Down a half step, ramp up. Down a half step, ramp down. Up a half step, ramp down. Up a half step, but ramp up for all 8 counts. Right? Start at a level 2, start at that piano we were comfortable with, but ramp up over the course of 8. Release on 9. Here we go. 2, 3. Now, up another half step, ramp down for 9. Start out at 9, release on 1, and 2, 3. That's the right idea. So you hear how we fall into those tendency traps every once in a while? Okay. Was it easy when I said ramp up, you knew what to do? Was that pretty easy? Okay. Ramp up 4, ramp down 4, makes sense? Okay, so I would start to explore those as different options in those 9-count tones too, because that's going to give you that you're going to be able to focus on singular tendencies. Oh, and hey, arches, easy arches. My guys like arches better. All right, so do a 9-count tone. Start at mezzo forte, so start at a 5, and this is just going to be an arch up. Okay, so 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Get the idea? Arch that goes like this. Real simple. Mezzo forte arc. Here we go. And arc up. Start on concert F. And 2, 3. Go down a half step, make it an arch down, starting on mezzo forte. 2, 3. So you can take the same exercise and play with it a little bit. And it's just ramps and arches, and that's really the only gradient dynamic adjustments you see in the music can be categorized as either ramps or arches. Does that make sense? With me? All right, cool. Let's play some tunes. Yeah. Okay.
We're going to start with El Capitan.
El Capitan. That was my nickname in high school. It wasn't, actually. Definitely wasn't. Sorry. Boxed under the name El Capitan.
Yeah.
No, I didn't do that.
Team
either.
El Capitan.
I didn't do that either. Yeah, Timu El, that's right. So with the warm-up, if you're playing F descending, sounds great, gang. You're playing F descending, you're doing the 9-count tones, and I'm sure you have other things going on, right, with the warm-up. It's great to start with the when of the music. So the music's going to have, it's going to have who, what, when, where, how. It's going to have all those things, okay? The when of the music would be what? What do you suppose? What's the when? What is it? Yeah, timing, in time, rhythm, beat, pulse, meter, rhythm, all those things. So breathing together, playing together, all that stuff, that's the when of the music. And you're also going to be doing a lot, and you're already focusing on that. It's really cool. And we spend some time with the what of the music. What's what? What's the what? If the when's the rhythm, the beat, the pulse, what's the what? Yeah. Tone's definitely part of it. Tone's definitely part of it. Starts with nuns, with oats. Notes, yeah, wonderful, brilliant, okay? Yeah, so the notes that we're playing, that's typically the what. And you're already doing that. And then when we start to weave in some of those ramps and those arcs and all that kind of stuff, now we're focusing on the how of the music, okay? And you've heard this, like, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? That's a true, again, life lessons in band. It's not what you play, it's how you play it. So the more you can be doing the what or the how in the warm-up, the better. And I love the fact that you're playing a march, because marches are really all about the how. If you play a march really well, then you're really focused on the how of the music, dynamics and articulation, all right? Not just the notes and the rhythms, but reading around the notes and the rhythms. So I'm excited to see what you're doing with it and how you're doing.
I think since it's before break, so understand, again, at the end of the day, this is concert band camp. Do your best, okay? Don't be...
Yeah, this doesn't have to be good. Like, it doesn't have to be good right now. That's not, like, you try your best and do the best you can, of course, but, like, it's not meant to be, this isn't meant to be a polished showpiece. And I understand that that's weird, because you're sitting on a college, you're sitting in a beautiful room on stage at a university, and it feels like it needs to be this polished product. That is definitely not what today is. So be, you know, like, make a mess with it. That's fine. And then we'll start to clean it up. Go for it. And now, yeah, connect. There you go. Good.
Just first read through, getting a lot of cobwebs dusted off. Sophia and Micah, as much as you can, especially, I know we're still kind of sight reading here and like we're still figuring out the parts. But the parts where we go, that we know is like in 6/8 and repetitive, just look up, okay? Give yourself the, have the self-confidence to just play the part and just look up and be like, yep, I can play this. I can play this part in 6/8, okay?
All right, so look, components of music. This is, there's multiple types of meter in music, okay? So if I say meter, and you look at this piece, what meter would you say this piece is written in, or meter type? What's the time signature, first of all? 6/8, cool. You see those numbers at the beginning, right? 6/8 time, okay? And what does that mean? There's 6/8 notes in a measure. That's great. I'm glad that you didn't say that there's 6 beats per measure and the 8th note gets the beat. That's not what this is. There's 6/8 notes in a measure, okay? And how many beats are there in a measure of 6/8 written like this? How many beats are there? Not 3. There's 2. Great, yeah. There's 2 big beats in every measure, okay? Easy enough. And each one of those beats is divided into how many pulses? 3, wonderful, okay? So any music that is evenly divided into, where the basic beat unit is divided into groups of 3, that's called compound meter, okay? So this is in compound meter. And if there's 2 beats in the measure, then it's in compound duple meter, okay? Easy, fancy pants stuff for 2 beats per measure, and each beat unit is divided into groups of 3, okay? So just count with me. Don't count to 6. We're just gonna count to 3 twice. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ready, and go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Get rid of 2. Ready, go. 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. Percussion. And go ahead and play at letter A. And 1, 2, 3, 2. Everybody keeps counting. Go. 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. That's good. Do it again. And actually, go ahead and play that on concert F, right? So band, just go ahead and play those 8th notes on concert F. Da, 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 da. And percussion at A. And Cool? Make sense? Great. So yeah, if we all just have to share that exact same, everybody in the room's got to share that same grid of time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. And then focus on the downbeats. Focus on the ones. Count out loud one more time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, ready, and go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Good. Where are we naturally accenting? Which one of those numbers? 1. Every time we say 1, we're naturally accenting it. Do the exact same thing when you play it, and it'll sound way more cohesive. And hey, don't be afraid to move. Go ahead and play, just start right at letter A. Everybody's in. nice. Feel more comfortable with the grid of time? Everybody feel a little better about the when? Very nice. And hey, percussionists, you're both playing snare. It's great. You have the advantage of also being able to just count out loud softly, right? 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. You know what I mean? So you can do that and just work together. And I'd say each of you just play half that loud too. Will be money in the bank. That's really well done. Thank you. Okay. Cool. I'm excited. I'm excited. Why don't you just take a spin through the B section, get up to the trio, and just get comfortable with it. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay?
Just so you know what's happening, halfway through each of these 3 sessions, I'm going to steal the clinician for about 5 minutes so that they can talk about what they're doing, and then I'll bring them back. So
I was just going to let them think that I just
gonna
quit.
hover.
Yeah, I just quit. Yeah.
Sounds good, everybody.
Andrew just likes to hover over people. Hello, Internet.
So you were just working with them on warming up, and it was interesting to me that, they were not playing very loud. I know that for me, and it was interesting to hear him talk about how they have a wall like that they're aiming right at. So
Yeah,
it sounds a lot louder to them.
It made it seem like they were like 6 inches from the wall at the front of their room too.
Yeah.
So okay.
That was a good line you had too. Like you only have one.
There's
wall,
only one. Well, yeah,
and then he
man.
said
We're the rest of
budget
it.
cut.
Yeah,
Well,
woo.
It was like everybody was being very quick.
That's what this is all about,
right?
you know.
The kids rarely learn anything. The one-liners.
But we're having a good time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Talk about why you had them warming up with a little bit louder.
I really think that those first sounds of the day are what programs the default. I might have said something along those lines out there, but at least for me, I want to program a default that is just the kind of the core sound right in the, the middle, mezzo forte, something that's full, something that gets us used to moving air, something, because that's going to be the majority of the time we're going to be playing at that dynamic, and we're going to be able to grow from there, whether it's a ramp up or a ramp down. We're doing some of those exercises too. So, and they sounded great, just playing at that mezzo forte dynamic.
Yes.
And then from that default, then we can make some other adjustments. But I'm recommending that, hey, I get the wall could be a scary thing. Like, I hope there's no spikes that come out of there. But I mean, like, if you're dealing with that, okay, but let's make sure that we're putting ourselves in a position to play with a characteristic sound and, make sure that we're moving some air.
As a professional performer, I begin every day with what my teacher Northwestern used to call like solo mezzo forte. So it's not just like an unintentional middle dynamic, which is kind of like a soloistic middle dynamic. And then I try to make the tone I play when I'm playing fortissimo matches my middle dynamic. Tone I'm playing with the pianissimo matches my middle dynamic. Tone I'm playing with in the extreme high register, I try to match the middle register. It's like, Yeah, it's
the same, you start in the middle. Well, and they're playing an F descending interval exercise, which the concept is that, like find your core sound here in the middle, and then extend down, and presumably they're playing some sort of F ascending exercise on the other side. But it's the exact same concept when it comes to the how, you know, doing anything with dynamics.
Yeah.
So.
I try not to say nice things about Adam, but
Yeah,
but you're teaching.
I thought for sure you're going to be like, as a professional performer, I always start a piano. So, so go in there and make sure you let it.
Contradict everything you said. I'm going to talk to the kids during
Yeah.
mass class.
So
They
yeah,
listen to Gumbel.
I see you went with the strategy of getting them to play worse. Thank you.
But in all seriousness, when you had them play louder, you didn't even talk right away about the air. You didn't talk about them playing with a little bit more courage, and it's understandable. They're like being broadcast to like anywhere on the planet with internet connection.
Yeah.
But you know, like good teaching is when you can address multiple things with just one thing rather than saying each of the things
Yeah.
and talking forever. So
I appreciate
was
that.
Great. So
Thank you.
So no pressure. You did well in the first half, so now we're gonna see how you do in the second half.
Good,
So,
yeah.
All right, get back in
All right.
there. We're gonna go back into the auditorium for the rest of the session with Dr. Gumbel.
Whatever you want. Okay. Whatever you want.
Here's letter C again. So those are those arcs that Dr. Gumbel was talking about, okay? And they're 4 measure arcs, where we get a lot louder for the first 3 and then back off at the very last measure. Here's pickups to C.
Nice. Yeah. That's the right idea. So hey, look, just do you use sizzle techniques? Do you ever sizzle?
Started doing it more.
Started doing it more. Okay, so everybody just sizzle like me. Just great. Love the sizzle technique because it works a lot on the how of the music. Okay, so sizzle. Here's your level 5, like you were doing. Ready? Good. 4 quarter notes down. Actually, make them 5 quarter notes down. Just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listen. 2, your turn. Go the other direction, ramp up. So start on 5. Get the idea? 2, ready. That's the right idea, okay? Good, play that, just play that ascending ramp one more time with quarter notes. Start on a concert F, and 1, 2, ready. Good. Start on a level 5. So mezzo forte, nice full mezzo forte, and play quarter notes. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2. Ready. That's the right idea. Okay, now go the other direction. Quarter notes, and so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2. Ready. That's the right idea, okay? So just get back to that level concept. Now, take a look at 4 before, actually right on letter C, okay? Sizzle your beginning dynamic. Just sizzle that piano. Ready? Good. Again, 2, sizzle. Right, okay, great. So now take that and just sizzle your dotted quarter notes. Listen. 2, ready. It was softer before though. It was not just mezzo whatever, all the way down to level 1. 2, excellence is in the details. Life lesson number 3, detail this out. Demand more from yourself. Here you go. 2, softer. Just like that. That's what the crescendo should feel like. Yeah? Good. Play it. Here you go. Play those two bars plus 1 note. And 1, 2, right on it. That's the right idea. Do it again. And I know it says mezzo piano. I know that it says go from piano to mezzo piano. We're going to make even more contrast. Life lesson number 7, effect is generated through contrast. It's why you love roller coasters. It's why you love jump scares. It's why all the things in the world, like the goosebump moments in the world, are due to contrast, typically. Okay? So the more contrast you can inject into this, the more effect the audience is going to feel. The more motion you play with, dynamic motion, the more motion you play with, the more emotion Mr. Hustler's going to feel in the back. Okay? Go for it. Do it again. Just 5 notes. Dee, da, dee, da, da. And. Again. And 1. Even more. Make the hill higher. Lower the floor, raise the ceiling. And 2, 3. That's the right idea. And now it comes down. You get exactly 4 eighth notes in the next measure to bring it all the way back down. Dee, da, dee, da, dee, da, dee, da, da, da. Okay, go ahead and play that. Here we go. 4 measures plus 1 note. Start at C. And you're with us. Percussion, you play the exact same dynamics. You're going to be the motor that drives them from a contrast standpoint. Okay, here we go. And 1, 2, here's C. Keep going. Do it again. That's it. That's it. Yeah, great. So did you feel a difference? You feel a difference? Yeah, of course you did, because you're a human being. All right? Humans are going to react to that stuff. That's goosebump level 2 material if you do it that way. And then when you clean up all the technique, all the when and the what, and really focus on that how, that's where you go to the next level from a maturity standpoint. That's when the music that you're making connects with even more people. Okay? And the marches are so important to play because they are chock full of contrast, right? Everywhere. Articulation, dynamics, right? Everything that makes music great, all the stuff around the notes, all the stuff that raises goosebumps, every single one of these Sousa marches has them. So, cool. You want to take a look at the other piece, or you want to keep rolling with this?
Yeah, let's take a look at Kingdom.
Kingdom. Go for it. Lower the floor, raise the ceiling. Haunted mansion style. I don't know if we can reference Disney stuff on the live stream.
I don't know.
We're probably getting sued right now.
Yeah. Like it's an automatic, like AI litigation.
Yeah.
This is the moment I'm realizing I gotta get my class prescription updated.
Okay.
I see notes.
Yeah. They're there.
They're there.
Yeah.
You see rhythm. I gotta.
Okay. Well, let's see where we're at. So this is a new piece, a newly commissioned work. Has this been premiered yet?
Yes.
Or are you the premierer?
There has been premiered so far. Yes.
So
by a group in the group in California.
Oh, California.
So the other.
Great. Okay. Great. And when do you get your premiere of this?
Our exclusive premiere is in May.
May. Okay.
May, yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Cool. Let's see where we're at. I don't know this piece at all, so
Yeah.
away we grow.
This is new, as I mentioned. This is new for everybody. So, all right, here we go. We don't have suspended symbol, do we? Sophia, could you play suspended symbol? It is just a roll at the very beginning. It's going to be a 2-beat roll. Since I think it's Will, since Will is not here.
It's Sophia's world. We just live in it right now. I love it. You can do it, Sophia! Yes!
It's just gonna be like prep, roll, and then we're in, okay? Actually, from the composer. I should have mentioned this from the very beginning. Woodwinds, at letter B, you see how you have three 2/4 bars right at letter B, and then you switch over into 6/8? You see what you play in the first two 6/8 bars? It's effectively what you have in those first three 2/4 bars. All right, I got an updated PDF actually over the weekend, so just imagine it's just two 6/8 bars. Okay, here's letter B. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Actually, let's get into it. Here's A. Good shaping, very nice. One. So why don't we just take a look at that section, okay? So there are layers of music. Typically, what's the thing we want the audience to hear most of the time? Yeah, the melody. Yeah, that would be like the top gold star again. Really great. 2 full scholarships to Westchester University. Not a binding agreement, either one of them. Yeah, the melody. Okay, so that's like the main event. Okay, or the main character in the story. Then what? So if we're to prioritize things, like what else is happening in the music? Melody and what? Yeah. Yeah, harmony. Okay, cool. So yeah, there's going to be some sort of accompaniment, and I like to divide that into two categories: rhythmic accompaniment or harmonic, like static harmonic accompaniment, okay? Most of the time it's like, all right, am I playing white notes that don't move, or am I playing black notes that don't move? Or, you know what I mean? Like, am I playing rhythm on the same pitch over and over again? Or am I playing, chords, white note chords? And then there's some other like special effecty type of stuff that happens too. But right now, we really, at this stage, we need to figure out who the main character is going to be at any given time. Okay. Right now, the rhythmic accompaniment sounds like it's supposed to be the main character. So people who are playing dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da da over and over again, that's what feels like it's the main character at the moment. And part of that is because the melody folks maybe aren't confident yet with their part, which is totally okay. And maybe some of it is that the rhythmic accompaniment folks don't know necessarily what they're listening to, okay? Or what they should be listening to. So who's the main character at C? Or actually, did you start before that?
B?
B.
Okay, so what do we want to be hearing between B and C, Mr. Regani?
Between B and C, I
Yeah.
specifically want to hear at least marimba at the beginning, and then hearing the little Doppler effect happening in the winds from the saxes down to the trumpets and the trombones.
Okay, all right, so you want the Doppler effect. That's important. What about these guys down here? Is that main character material?
Not necessarily. It's just kind of I actually asked them to put some extra stuff in here for a little extra.
Oh, so okay, so that's
a little extra time.
all right. Great. So the main character, the main event is anybody who's going this way and then this way, who's playing arc dynamics. Okay, great. So everybody who's not doing that, you're a secondary character. We need to know that and understand that. Okay, just go from B to C. Ready, set, go. Because then at C, the world changes.
If you're a saxophone player, just kind of a heads up, the way that we're approaching this now, it's 6 bars of 6/8 before you guys enter. Okay, so just keep that in mind. It'll be 6 bars of 6/8 before the saxophones enter.
I loved the saxophones going for it with the arc dynamics. That was really, really cool that time. Go even more of that. That's going to be more interesting. Go for it. Try again, that's okay. Double forte for exactly 2 measures, and then a huge decrescendo down to mezzo piano. This is the main event.
6 bars.
Yeah. I think those percussion interjections are also primary material. So these are like, if you're composing this as a movie scene, these are different characters who say one line and pass through, say another line and pass through. So I would bring those out of the texture a little bit. If you're playing the Doppler effect, I would keep it super separated. Dee da da dee da 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 da. Because otherwise, right now it's coming out more like the smooth and connected notes. I think the reason why the composer wrote them as 8th notes was to feel that 8th note, that rhythmic vitality, okay? So that's a little bit of separation there. Do it again.
Okay.
Much better woodwind dynamics at the beginning.
More with you guys do this.
Yeah, hey, it's already way better because we're adding a little bit of clarity. The folks who are playing the ostinato is just like a repeated musical pattern, right? The folks who are playing dee da 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 dee are now taking a back seat, understanding that supporting role, and everybody else is able to do their gig at a higher level. Hey, any of these boom 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 boom, any of those interjections? I know it says mezzo piano. Have you? What's a written dynamics? You've been lied to your whole time. Written dynamics are not how loud you should play. Written dynamics are not how loud you should play. What are they? How loud you should sound to those people out there, okay? So written dynamics are lying to you, okay? It's not about how loud you should be playing. It's about how loud you should, or what level of presence you should have to the audience. And it's all going to be based on context, All right? So with that said, mezzo piano, if you have boom, 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 you know, think about the geography of the stage, right? Where are you located? Way at the back. Who's in front of you? A bunch of people who are playing dee da 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 in the upper register. Okay? So for you to sound mezzo piano based on geography and based on personnel, based on texture, how loud do you need to play? Way louder than mezzo piano for that presence to be felt. Does that make sense? I'm talking tubas, especially tubas, euphonium, anyone who plays bari sax, anyone who plays the boom, boom, bass clarinet, boom, boom, because there's a wall of dee da 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 dee da da that you got to get through. Okay? And I don't think we can really ask them to play any softer because of how high it is. You can only play in that register so soft before, before things get weird, before the quality goes out the window. Okay? All right? Hey, can we hear the melody, main characters at C, please?
Yeah. We'll go pick up the C. Clarinets, it's a little bit longer than you want to take it right now. Okay? Yeah. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1. Okay? Can we just try that section again? Pick up the C. 1, 4, 5, 6, 1, 4, 6, off. Yep, and remember that you're going to get a beat for those dotted chord notes, okay?
So if you're the melody, your job, actually everybody has a job related to the melody at all times. Your job, if you have the melody, is to project the melody. Your job, if you don't have the melody, to protect the melody, okay? If you're a projector, plus in your part, right? Just put a plus, take a pencil and put a plus, and that's gonna remind you that you are the melody and you are a projector. If you are not, then I would take and put a minus. So that's going to indicate to you that you are a protector, all right? And sometimes, and in fact, more often than not, I'm going to ask my ensemble to give them, to write themselves a little love letter, make sure that they're aware of who is the group that needs to be protected. I.e., if the clarinets, the horn, have the melody, and I'm a saxophone player, I'm going to just write minus next to my dynamic, and I'm going to put something like CL, FH, something like that, so that I know who I'm protecting at that time. Okay? Project and protect. All right? So do it one more time. Now it says majestic. I don't know. It seemed a little, and look, confidence. This is like a leadership thing. Confidence. The worst thing you could do to someone is say, be more confident. What happens then? It's like when you tell someone, just relax. Does that ever actually work? Does that get anyone to relax? No, it goes the opposite. Same thing with confidence. This person, you know, they're telling me to be more confident. Oh no, does that mean that I wasn't portraying confidence? That makes you question yourself even more. What's the key to confidence? Competence. The more competent you are, the more confidence you will portray. This mind is blown back here. Yeah. Confidence is related to competence. It's this never-ending cycle, okay? If you want to be more confident, you have to be more competent. So I say that to say, of course, right now, you're not playing with the confidence because it's new material, okay? As you get more competent with it, as you get more comfortable with it, it will lead to more confidence, okay? So with all that in mind, why don't we start at B and see if we can get ourselves up to letter D, because it seems like something cool was going to happen. Yeah. All right, go for it. Yes, good. Boom, boom. Full, full, full. Or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm singing it like I know it. This is cool. Good, yes. All right, stop there. So look, I think the most effective rehearsal technique that you could possibly engage with at this point in the process is 30 seconds of time well spent, or 1 minute of time well spent, okay? And what is time well spent? Well, it's gonna be different for each group. It's gonna be different for each person, okay? There are gonna be some people who need to, it sounds like there's tons of technical stuff in here that needs to get shed, right? So for some people, it's gonna be shedding the technique. For other people, it's gonna be clarifying some rhythm. For other people, it's gonna be rudimental technique, whatever it is. Everybody's gonna have something different in the room, okay? So when we're at this stage and we're still figuring out whens and whats, I think often the best 30 seconds you could spend is 30 seconds on your own, and then I'll meet you back at measure X, okay? So where do you want to go back to? D?
Yeah, we should look at letter D.
All right, great. So look, and 30 seconds time well spent between D and E. I'll give the group parameters, and I'll say whatever it is you need between D and E. Let's say you need nothing between D and E, then look from E to F. Does that make sense? Great. All right, and ready, set, go. 30 seconds. Should be a cacophonic disaster in this room. Ready, set, go. To figure out their lives is good. No, that's great, because that's what's going to move the needle. Where a lot of directors might get it wrong is like trying to fix everyone's mistakes for them. Right now, you're empowering them to fix their own mistakes. I was just saying to Ms. Reagani, this is worth saying again. Like everybody in here, like there are very few of you who are going to go into a career in conducting, band directing, whatever. Like, if any. There might not be anybody in here who's going to do that, but you're all going to be leaders in some way. Every single person in this room is going to be a leader. And when you're leading a group of people, it's important to recognize the fact that it's not your job as a leader to fix everyone's mistakes. Okay? And a lot of times, we as band directors, we feel as though it's our responsibility to fix all of the mistakes. That is not the best use of our time and energy. And actually, it enables everybody in the room to rely on someone else to fix their mistakes for them. Okay? So you as a leader should not be thinking that it's your job to point out mistakes. What happens when you make a mistake? Do you realize you made a mistake? Yeah. What happens when someone points it out? Does that make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside? No. It's a withdrawal from your relationship account. That's not a good thing, right? It removes confidence, okay? Your job shouldn't be to focus on mistakes. Your job should be to help support misunderstandings, okay? If we identify misunderstandings and where we need support to help clarify something, not to try to fix your mistakes, okay? So again, a lot of folks, and Mr. Regani said, you've been doing this like time well spent thing, and it's been really helping. That's good. The more of that you can do, the better. And it's not like, all right, clarinets, let's hear these sextuplets. All right, ready, set, go. It's like, no, just give some space for the clarinets to do that at the same time somebody else is fixing something else, right? So that everybody can engage at the level that they need to. So future leaders of America, your job is not to fix other people's mistakes. In fact, that's really the opposite of what you want to be doing. You want to be supportive, you want to help clarify misunderstandings, okay? So with that said, let's see where we're at from D to E, see if we made any kind of growth. I bet you anything we did. Protect, project. Yeah, good. So the parts, yeah, it's really cool. So the parts were way more secure. The individual parts were way, way, way better. Now it's about organizing them, and that's something that Mr. Regani can help do. But you know, if he's shedding parts for you, that's not going to be helpful, right? So what's the most important thing that we're listening to? Who's the main character?
Yeah, so main character here is going to be flute, clarinet 1, and then Callie, who's not here today.
Okay.
And then second most important would be what's going on in the alto sax line, which I actually love how you guys are interpreting the tenuto marking. So it's really, really good.
Props, altos. Nice job. Okay, so main character is who?
Main character is going to be flute, clarinet,
Flute, clarinet, and
then alto sax.
and then supporting character will be the alto sax. Everyone else is in the background.
Yep.
Love it. Okay, let's try it.
Cool.
All right, great. Now, so a little, you know, there's a couple of when issues at the end. But now it's getting more organized. So now, main characters, you have your lines, right? Think like theater, or think movie, whatever. You have your lines. Now, how do you want to deliver them? So you know what your lines are and when to say them, but now how do you want them delivered? I'm going to make a recommendation. Anytime you have a white note, give it direction. So it's not just dee da da dee. And I don't know if that's actually the right rhythm or whatever, but there's a white note here. I would say start softer, give it some more motion. Why? Because the more motion we play with, the more emotion we're going to elicit from the audience. Okay? Just the melody, just the main characters at D and 2. Ready? Start softer again. So lower the floor so the ceiling seems higher. Take the roller coaster 100 feet underground before you do the big. Here we go. And 2. And ready. Yeah, that's the right idea. Cool. That's the right idea. Okay. So that's going to be far more interesting because there's more contrast, because there's more motion. Okay. Good. Do it again. Now put everybody back in there. Here's D.
Delta?
Do you always use the military alphabet?
A lot of times.
Wow. Crazy. All right. D as in, dang, this guy uses the military alphabet.
D for Ava. Here we go.
Snares, you're doing amazing work back there. If there's two of you playing the part, which there are, right? Then you both need to play half the volume, okay? And that's an instrument that's going to carry louder than everything. It goes back to that. It's not the volume you should play, it's the volume you should be heard. And I'll say, especially in this room, that's going to cut through. So take all your dynamics and cut them in half because there's two of you, and then take them down another level just because of the context. Context is everything, okay? You're doing great. Really appreciate it. Okay, cool. And then we get to E, and then we need the same level of clarity. And we get to F, and we need the same level of clarity, so on and so forth. Can you take a minute of time well spent between E? So go from E to G, because that seems like the next big articulation, okay? So take a minute, time well spent, ready, set, go. We'll be back with you at letter E. Go, 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 go. So these voices that you were complimenting before, they could be even more present because of that. The white note here, there could be even more. Yep, it could just be more. It could blossom on a higher level. At E, same kind of game that we were playing before. These guys just need to be like level 1 down. Bring out these dials. Bring out the special effects. Okay. Great. All right. Hey, trombones. 3 before F. Do you have cues? Trombones. 3 before F. Do you have cues? Horn cues? Yes? Cool. All right, make sure you're playing those. All right, appreciate you. All right, so let's give the cast list here. Who's the main character? Who's supporting, etc. between E and F?
Yeah, so we still have the same main characters, and supporting characters kind of changes because the saxophones, you no longer have that counter melody line. But the supporting character really comes in measure 60, where we have those trumpet 2 and 3 to start, and then the rest of the horn and trombone section coming in with a beat, bum 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 bum.
Yeah, if you sing those lines, that's going to be a cue to everybody as far as what they're supposed to be listening for there too. You know what I mean? So the secondary character, the thing that we want to hear or come out of the texture, maybe even as a pseudo main character in that moment, is be da da dee dee dee. So that needs to bubble up. Okay, cool. What about the snare drum? Are they a main character? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. However, altos, you can listen to the snare drum for timing. Listen there because they're playing the same rhythmic pattern that you are.
Snares, go ahead and play E. All percussion at E. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Here we go. 2, 3. Even softer. Play it to the point, play it as soft as you can possibly play it to the point where you think no one else is going to hear it. Here we go. 2, 2, 3. Ready? And go. 2, 3. Y'all can still hear the snares, right? Still hear them? That's perfect. So tasty. And then what does that do? That you lowered the floor so that now when you play the build, what is it, into G or something? I don't know, it's later on. You have an opportunity to play this. Now you can really make some contrast, and then the contrast generates the effect, okay? That motivates the wind ensemble in front of you as well. Really, really well done, friends. Start at E. Why don't you go E to G? Oh, cool. Yeah, and I wouldn't even worry about the next section yet, right? Yeah. So now, what just happened? We thinned out some of these parts. We clarified roles, and now we elevated. Like the entire product is way more readable and clear because now everybody has a role. They know their role, and now, hey, look, does everybody have all the notes and the rhythms locked and loaded? Not yet. Right, but that's a level 1 thing. That's something that you need to make sure you take care of. From an ensemble standpoint, now everything's a whole lot more. Everything makes a whole lot more sense.
One actual add-on to that, at letter F, trombones and trumpets, you guys really take the stage there is the main role there. Okay.
Let's hear the main role at F. And look, layering like this, isolating these characters is important because everybody else in the ensemble needs to know whether they're, how to protect the main character, right? Go for it. Just, yeah, hear the main characters at F.
Is that? Right on.
Hey, take 30 seconds, everybody. Take 30 seconds. Seriously, just figure out all your whats here between F and G. Ready, set, go. 30 seconds, time well spent. Go. All your notes. That's cool. That's all right. Yeah, it's great. So they are where you want to be here. Great. Great. Hey, can we hear? So there's two characters that are having a conversation here. Okay. There's the people who are playing D ba da da dee 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 dee. That's one character, right? There's another character that's going ba da 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 dee. Ba da 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 dee, ba ba da ba dee, something along those lines. Let's hear both of those characters say their lines at the same time. Here's letter F, and 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Yep, again. So 1, 2, 3, and 1, 3, 1. Be real confident with that attack. Try it again. Here's F, and ready, and go. 2, 3, 1, 2, da da dee da do. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, and 1. Yep, that's it. Great. You're going to be able to add a little bit more clarity to this. If you just, anytime you see a long note tied to a short note, just release on the short note. Okay? So the first one of those happens on the downbeat of F4, right? 1, 2, 3, and 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, do 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 da da dee, da ga da ga dee. Right? Try it again. And getting better, brass. Good for you. Try it again at F. The characters. Ready? And go. 2, 3. That's really well done. Okay. So just write a -1 over that F4, and you'll be in good shape. Okay. And add the layer. There's a really fun layer that goes boom, boom, beam, boom, boom, boom. It's like a super hip bass line, right? Let's add that. Here we go, F. And 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, Yep, cool. That's the right idea. And the key to success, the rhythms look super weird at F, but the key to your success is thinking of this in simple meter, not in compound meter, right? 1 and 2 and 1, 2 and 1, 2 and 1, and just grounding that in simple, right? Everybody's in at F. Ready, go.
Cool. Who's up? Actually, let's get this kick up into F as well. out. This is partial 4, like pulse number 4 in the bar before out. Ready? Hold. Now play the next note. Hear the chord. Play the next note. Set the tuba. Play the last note. Alright, now we've kind of heard what it should sound like harmonically. Okay? Here we go. Pick up staff.
Okay. Yeah, that's great, and that's more clear than it was for sure. And look, this is a cool. This piece is going to work really, really well, and it's super cool that you get to bring this into the world. You know, there's sections of it that are mega technically complicated that are just going to take. Everybody's just going to need to shed it, right? Everybody's going to need to loop it. Everybody's going to need to double the rhythmic values. Everyone's going to need to figure out target notes, all the techniques that you would use to clean that stuff up. But through the rehearsal process, if you can make sure that you know, especially early on here and now, like what role you play, that's really going to be the most important thing that you can be doing when you're together in the ensemble environment. Okay, unifying the how of the music, figuring out what character you play in the story. I'm assuming there's some sort of backstory to this. It's called Kingdom, and there's program notes and all kinds of stuff. And I don't need to know what it is yet, but it's important that you all know it. You all agree on what this is going to be, so that you can you can born this out or bear this out, and then bring it into the world in May at a high level. So. I think I am out of time here. You get to take a little break before somebody else joins you. Oh, Dr. Morrison will be in. Fantastic. So look, hey, friends, thank you so much. Hopefully, take an inventory. The most important parts of the rep, the most important part of any experience, I think, isn't necessarily the experience itself. It's what happens beforehand, the preparation, the goal setting, being proactive. And then you have the experience and you have a great time doing it, and there's all kinds of different ideas that are connecting or not with you. And then what happens afterwards is probably the most important thing, right? The reflection and the takeaways. It's all improvement. Life lesson number 6, improvement is a result of self-evaluation and adjustment. So make sure you reflect after each one of these clinics, what are the big takeaways, right? Hopefully from this, it's the when of the music, the what of the music, the how of the music. It's connection. It's motion, emotion. It's, hopefully you've got a little, kind of an inventory of things that you can write down. Confidence and competence. All of those little nuggets that hopefully mean something, time well spent. Whatever they are for you, just write them down so that future you has a better shot of remembering what these things are. And the next time you get together in your band room next week, you can look at your list. Oh, okay, Dr. Gumble said this. Oh, Dr. Morrison did this. Dr. Schneider did this. Oh man, this was really cool. Because you're not going to remember all this stuff. You heighten the probability of having a long-term impact if you just, write yourself a little love letter, okay? And that way, you can yield the benefits down the road. So appreciate you. Hope to get to see you again in the future. Looking forward to your show and tell. Really excited to see what happens between now and then. I'm not sure if you have any, is this something you would want to present, or?
I think so.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Yeah, you'll figure it out over the course of the day. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you again later. Take a break, take 10 minutes or so before Dr. Morrison comes in, and really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, no, thank you.
Okay, we just witnessed the first clinic of the first day of the NBA Wind Band Symposium here in 2025 at the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. We just saw Dr. Adam Gumbel working with the Camp Hill High School Wind Ensemble. And we are about to, let's see here, who is next? Dr. Mary Schneider from East Michigan. Eastern Michigan, excuse me, please don't email me. She is wonderful. She's friends with my wife, so she's obviously a good human. No, but she's fantastic. I cannot wait to see her work with this group. We are going to see it was cool because we got to see Dr. Gumbel talk to them about warming up since it was their first session of the day, and then they got into some more of the actual music in the second half of the clinic, and this one I just heard the plan is that they're going to just touch on what was just learned, and then kind of do a quick run through to just see how much of that set in, and then that they are going to move on to another piece. So and then possibly they're going to circle back in the final clinic with Dr. Morrison at the end of the day after dinner. So in just a couple of minutes they are going to start their next clinic. In the meantime, I did want to thank J.W. Pepper, who is providing the stream for us. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee, which is satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Let's see here. I also wanted to thank KHS America. This appearance of Jupiter Band Instruments and EXO professional brass artist Andrew Hitz, that's me, I don't think I introduced myself at the beginning of this segment, has been made possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance and Jupiter EXO brass instruments. Andrew performs on Jupiter and EXO professional brass instruments. Let's see here. Wanted to tell you about another event that's coming up here at Westchester University. The Westchester University Wind Bands are excited to be hosting composer Roshan Etezadi. Sorry, I should have read this ahead of time. I missed it. I did, except for this one paragraph. For residents, February 20th to 23rd, the WCU bands will feature Roshan's compositions in concerts on Thursday, February 20th at 7:30 p.m. and Sunday, February 23rd at 3 p.m. Both events will be held in the Madeleine Wing Adler Theater. The concerts are free and open to the public. If you live anywhere near Westchester University, then you can not only get to a lot of concerts that are free, which is awesome for you, but it also supports the next generation of musicians. And I will tell you that even those of us who have been lucky enough to play for thousands of people many times over, because we do this for a living, it is always a lot more rewarding to play for an audience. And so you can actually be doing them a huge service literally just by showing up and having giving them an audience to perform to. And if you want to donate to the school, there are lots of ways that you can support. But if you come and treat yourself to a concert, which there's like over 200 concerts annually that are here at the school, and that is something that I hope that you take advantage of. So we're going to head in just a second, but we are this is a clinic is going to go until 5:30. Then we are going to break for dinner for 1 hour. Then at 6:30, I'm going to go into the hall and work with all three bands that are here. Going to give them a masterclass talking about developing a growth mindset and having courage and taking risks and things like that in hopes of inspiring them as musicians and just as humans moving forward. I know that I heard that message in a few different ways when I was their age, and it was always really, really helpful. So if I don't screw it up, it'll be helpful to them as well. We'll see. That remains to be seen. But what you're going to see here on the stream is actually very cool, and it is going to be all three of the clinicians here, Dr. Schneider, Dr. Gumbel, and Dr. Morrison, who are going to be on with Andy Jozwiak, who, of course, the director of bands here at Westchester University, who's going to be hosting that panel. So it will actually be four of them, and plus the three band directors from each of the schools. So it'll actually be the seven of them who will be talking about various aspects of music education and just being having band programs. And then we will come back for one last clinic. The last clinic's a little shorter. It's 1 hour instead of 90 minutes. So that's from 7:30 to 8:30. And that is the one where in here on the stream, we're going to get to see Dr. Morrison. Her reputation is wonderful. She's brand new at Westchester this year, so I have not yet gotten to see her work, but I'm very, very excited to get to do so. And then at 8:45, each of the participating bands is going to play something on what they've worked on. I will close with this, that each of, we opened the entire stream talking about how this event is kind of unique in that a lot of these type events, clinicians will work with bands that have already worked up a fully polished program, and then they take it from where it is to like even better than that, which is a very, very valuable thing. This is a peek inside when it's early in the process. So without further ado, let's get in there to hear Dr. Mary Schneider working with the Camp Hill High School Wind Ensemble.
And we'll start at the beginning. We're going to start in movement 1. I know we last time we looked at this, we dug into movement 2, and we've only just barely read movement 1, but let's dig into that a little bit. It's just you, daughter.
Okay, could we? All right, so nice job, nice job. So I know you haven't spent a lot of time on this, so we'll just talk about a few things. First of all, I think this, because you're the only one playing, what is your name? Alex. Alex, because you're the only one playing, I think you can take a little bit of freedom as you start to learn the solo and just relax within the confines of this. But this tune is, I think this is the basis of this first movement, right, Belle? So how would you describe the sound that you just heard from this melody? Anybody think it, does it sound happy? Does it sound, anybody have some adjectives about how you would describe it? Thank you. Mysterious. Yeah, mysterious, good. You had one?
I also was going to say mysterious.
You were. Like Vulcan mind meld, you guys. Okay, anybody else? Any other words and adjectives? Yes. Serene. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Floating. Floaty. Okay, yes, I agree. It has that quality to it. To me, it sounds a little haunting, too. Kind of has, it's modal, right? So it has a little bit of that haunting sound. And it sounds sort of empty, in a way, because of that. So I think just kind of getting a character that you want to get from that. Clarinets, you're providing the harmonic foundation here. And you have to, this has to be perfectly in tune and balanced. And I would say, just from listening, don't play piano. All right? If it says piano on your music, we're going to talk about dynamics. I'm a big stickler on this. Piano, to me, any of the dynamics that are in here are characters. They're describing that, you know, forte is just full, right? It doesn't mean blow your brains out when it says 2 Fs. That's not what you should be doing. And when you play piano, it doesn't mean less air. I think that's what you know. It takes fast air, really concentrated air. So I think playing with a big, full, supported sound, even though it sounds distant, if that makes sense. So let's try again from the beginning. And I would just take a little bit of time before they come in. You know what I mean?
Okay, so not
Just follow Alex, and then when he ends that phrase, I wouldn't be in a rush to get to measure 7. It's almost like the next phrase, now it starts a different color.
For y'all, you come in measure 17.
So everyone that's not playing, yeah, that Alex will play the beginning, then you're going to hear the clarinets come in after that phrase. They come in, and then you'll be at 17. We'll go on this time. But that's just some things to think about, yeah?
Cool. Great, thank you.
Maybe not that much time, but that's the right idea. Good. A little more haunting, mysterious. Yeah. Okay, you hear the last pitch? Is it in thirds? Is it, how would you describe that last pitch? Play it. Play it. Your last note. How would you guys describe that? Yes, it's called the unison. They're all playing the same note. It's just not in tune, right? You can hear that. So you're in your throat register. You have to just kind of make sure that you're going with Alex's pitch. Both of you. It sounds to me like you're a little bit sharp on that, so you just have to adjust. And this is not something we're going to work on today, but obviously if you know that, then when you resolve the chord, you know. I would just add a little more to the chromaticism. So whenever you're playing something, and you guys, I think, know this, when you have a moving line, and sometimes people have the same notes, and then somebody has a counter to that, ascending or descending, you always want to bring that out more. And this is, you're providing the harmonic foundation. When it goes chromatic, that's a color tone. So don't shy away. And in that range, in that throat tones, you're going to have to use a lot more air to make that work. Yeah? Beautiful. Do you want to go to 17?
Yeah.
Going for a while. We'll come back to that where you all came in. So playing slower music is sometimes harder, isn't it? Even though it's not technically hard, it's difficult because you have to really be in tune. You have to be in agreement about that. Your tone is even more important because those notes sustain, and the pitch center is very important. But in this case, I think what I'm noticing is we're not always protecting the melody because it moves around. Like Alex starts it in the solo saxophone, but then it moves around to different places. And this is where your dynamics are all relative to what you're trying to achieve. But when, for instance, let's hear a little bit, is it 19 where the flutes are 30? Where was that? Here? 39? 39. Yeah. So always, when you're playing an ensemble, percussion as well, always you should know at any point in any music what your role is. What do you think I mean by that? Yeah. Whether you're projecting the melody or whether protecting the melody. Okay. So yes, you're partially right. So you need to know whether you're playing the melody, but what other role could you have if it's not the melody? Yes. Counter melody you might have, sure. What else? Tubas? What do you usually play? The bass line or the harmonic foundation? Not always, but yeah, that's an important, sometimes you can have that. Sometimes you can have just a rhythmic pattern or ostinato, right? But all of those are layers in the music. And there's always layers going on. You have to determine at all times, oh, I'm playing something that's secondary to the melody. So at any given time, your conductor could ask you, well, who has a melody here? And you should know, because that will adjust your dynamics accordingly. Make sense? Okay. It's okay for you to nod, to say, yes, Dr. Schneider, to smile. Any of those are affirmations for me. Then I know you get it. Yeah? You can do a thumbs up. That would be cool too. All right, great. Thank you. So let's do that. Let's start at 39. If you're not playing, I want you to listen and be able to answer the question, where is the melody? And the melody is going to be some portion of what the solo saxophone played at the beginning. So you're answering the question, what role am I playing when you do play?
39.
That was better the second time. That was better the second time. So clarinets, you adjusted. I heard you adjust from the first time, and you made that adjustment. Saxes, everybody made a little bit of an adjustment, and so we could hear the melody better, which was great. Now, where's the number where everybody comes in?
50 or
50?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have melody at 50, let me hear you play. This will be interesting to see who thinks they have melody too. Ready? This is because it's modal. You can do a lot of warm-ups that are related to this, and so they're understanding this because it's not in like the traditional major or minor key. Okay, so everybody hear that? So now we have saxophones complemented by a different tone color. What is it? What did you hear besides saxophone? Yeah, trombone. So the trombone can play actually out a little bit here, even though you're marked mezzo forte. and it preferably be natural, yeah? Okay, good man. So just play out a little bit more and balance with what the saxophones are doing. That means everyone else who's playing has to make sure you're always hearing them. Yes? All right, let's try it right from there, 50. Keep going. 70. Nice release. Okay, so we lost a little bit at the end. I think some people got a little bit off, and I know you haven't worked on this much. I would slow down a lot more and just let this settle. We definitely need the horn at the end there, yeah? So just that color is terrific. So here's what I'm going to say about this as you work on it. And this is for all music, but music, it has to have a destination, right? When you're playing any phrase, you also, in addition to deciding what role you play, you have to listen and adjust. You make those adjustments. But music always has a direction. That's the next step for you, is to take that melody and to actually put some shape and direction in it. Make sense? So how would you do that? Well, if you were singing this tune, you probably wouldn't sing da 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 da, right? Because that to me is like, you know those machines they hook you up to when you're in hospital to measure your heart rate, and they go, what does this mean? When there's no motion, when it's just flat like this, it means you're dead. Yes. So. Yeah, I mean, so that's what we never want to play like this or have a musical shape, because no matter how well you play it, if it's beautifully played but it doesn't have any direction or shape, then it's not as satisfying musically. And you're all musicians, right? So you have an idea about how you want to shape something. And you know, your teacher can help you with that, but you're also great musicians, I can tell that. So you have to make that decision. That would be, how am I going to shape this so that it has more direction? Make sense? So you have to decide, am I going to this spot or am I coming away? And sometimes in a phrase you can do both, but you have to decide where that place is. So if we were going to do that, again, when we repeat this, it's not just the people that have the melody that are going to do that, but it's the people that are supporting them as well. You can help, percussion, I always think, you can help achieve that moment and support your colleagues in creating that musical moment, okay? So if we start at 56, can we hear everybody that's playing melody at 56? And we're going to make decisions about how we're going to phrase this. Ready? And. Okay, let's stop there. Let's stop there. How is this different than the opening that Alex played? Anybody? I'm losing you. Come on, stay with me. Yes? Okay, it's a different timbre, for sure. How about the actual music? Is it the same rhythm? No, it's a little more complex. There's a little more, like, there's some sprinkles on the sundae. And this time there's a little bit more, there's sprinkles and there's a cherry on this. Because it's just embellished. It's like made a little, he's making a variation on the melody. Okay, so you just heard that. Where do you think we should make the high point. Da, da, da. Instead of da, 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 it's da, 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 da. Do you think we're going to that half note? Try it. Alex, can you play that as though you were going to the half note? That's the most important arc. Okay. Could you try it by playing the higher notes a little less so we still feel the half note as the arrival point? Did that sound different? Is one right and one wrong? No. There are two options, okay? But you have to decide how that's going to happen. But now I'm beginning to hear some shape and direction in the music. And then everyone is listening to that can support it by what you're doing. This concept, we're going to switch to the second movement in a moment, but this concept is one that transfers to all the music you make, right? It's really a big deal about what takes what you're doing so well and just brings it to another level of music making when you're making those decisions, okay? Great. Do you want to finish up on this one more time? Give them one more shot?
Maybe 50 again when everybody
Yeah.
enters?
Maybe we go 50 to the end. We'll just take a little bit
Yeah.
more time. How about I do this? I'll just do. Okay, here we go. 50, please. So let's lead to the half note if we can. And then do we want the energy to stop at the half note? Or do you think it should energize across the bar line? Da, 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 da. Should it be longer? Okay, then let's do that. Yeah? Here we go. 50. Sit tall, sit tall. Ready? Yeah, and just let that note fade to the end. If you lose the sound, that's fine. We would go back and fix that a little bit. But does that make sense at all? Now, the counter melody just needs to be a little more fluid, and we can do the same thing with the counter melody in terms of balance and what's more important. I would say the xylophone, marimba, mallets seem a little too present. I think we want something a little more round and resonant, right? Okay. I think just for this movement, but, and then where do you think the whole high point is in this whole movement? What do you think? Anybody have any ideas? Well, everybody comes in at 50, right? From 50 to the end, where's the big moment, do you think? '64, tubas, you sounded good when in that spot where you really drove us into that. I think that's very important, and you did a nice job of it, right? So you're especially important there harmonically because you help us get to that big moment, all right? So thank you for doing that. I think we're losing them, so let's go to the faster music. Okay, thanks for being patient, y'all. Do we have a sand block for the next movement? Yep. Brilliant, brilliant. What's that? Oh, that's something your school does?
They're ready to go to Paris Island. Every time someone gets on the podium, including sometimes them,
Yeah.
they're like, it's so weird. It's so quiet. There's no responses. I'm like, yeah, you do that too when you're sitting down. But yeah, you guys are doing the thing again. Bring some of the personality back in.
Work with me, work with me. Yeah.
I'll give you 4 just to get used to this again.
Yeah, you're doing a great job on the sand blocks. I think they sound worn down, so we're not getting enough. Do you have a cabasa?
You should have one in the bin.
I mean, I would just check those. So you want a grain that's really going to create friction. Right now, they seem to be worn down, so we're not. So we're just, for now, let's do it on the cabasa just because I think they'll hear it. This is the rhythmic ostinato, right, that we're talking about. So everybody's listening back to that, but you're conducting with the cabasa. He's not doing anything. You're in charge, okay? Great. So lead us. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Really, really strong. Yes. Can you guys all sizzle that? Okay. Do you know that when you're sizzling, that's the air you're using to make the sound? If that's what's going through your horns, that's not enough air. It's like, your horns are like, please, I need more air, right? So take a big breath and use fast air. When I can sizzle louder than all of you together, that's bad, right? But I'm really using the air to force that sound through. And the last 2 quarter notes are very important. So those have to be very square, right? And that has to be nice and loud. So do it one more time. What's your name? Sophia. I didn't hear it. Sophie?
Sophia.
Sophia. Excellent job. So just grind into that. Ready? We'll sizzle with you. 1, 2, ready, and. Keep going. Now, can you make this dance? You're getting faster. Okay, so this is what did you hear you're getting faster? That happens on the last 2 quarter notes. So as you got more comfortable and as you tried to go louder, you started collectively going faster, like you were a snowball coming down the hill. All right? Make sure that doesn't happen. You have to keep that internal pulse inside. Keep it really strong. In my head, I'm thinking, I'm thinking eighth notes, right? That's called subdividing. You may have heard of it, right? Okay, good. You're doing terrific. So that's what we're going to do when we have that underneath, just keeping that going and not rushing that tempo, just keeping it really square. That's going to be the basis, the foundation of everything that we do. Okay? Good. Let's try it again. Good sizzling that time. That was better. Slow it down.
Here's 12. And. Yeah, let's try it again. Let's just give it another crack.
No, that pitch. Yeah.
On the time, or it's not a time, on the 14th, it's a lower one.
So this is what I would do rehearsing this, especially the first time, is just help Sophia out so she's not the only one getting this, but we're internalizing that pulse like we just practiced. And internalizing pulse is very important, so we're not pulling each other apart or getting faster or even slowing down, right? Could we do an exercise on internal pulse if you guys don't mind? Just put your instruments in your lap or where your hands are free to clap without damaging your instrument. Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So here's what we're going to do, just to test internal pulse. I'm going to count off at a tempo, and I'm going to give you a number. We'll decide before I start a number. All right? So let's say the number is 6. And then I'm going to start counting, and I will stop counting and go silent. You have to continue at the exact same tempo, silently. And when you get to number 6, clap once, right exactly on 6, or whatever the number is. Now, the key to this, you can't make any sound. You have to do this all internally, right? Are we good? Let's try it. We'll do an easy one. So 6 is the number. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay? Let's try it again. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that was a little shady. How are you keeping, those of you that are counting internally and feel confident, what's helping you do that? Yes? Subdividing. Oh, there's that word again. All right, so you are actually thinking eighth notes. And if I went really slowly, you might even have to think 16th notes because you're filling that space in. And what we generally start to do is, especially when we go slower, we start to get faster because we're crunching those notes and filling up the space, okay? So let's do it. Now I want you to do it. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to do 11, but this time I want your eyes closed. Okay? So one clap on 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent! Yeah, that was harder because I went slower, right? And the higher the number is, the harder, obviously, because you have to keep that internal pulse going. It has to be really loud in your head, right? And we have a tendency to just go faster and faster because we want to get to that note. But you have to have that internal pulse. It's so important as a musician that you have that. And that's not up to your teacher or your conductor to do. That's up to you to keep that pulse, okay? So if I were to do this faster, we could do I would encourage you to practice this or do this sometimes. But if we went back to, do you hear how the last 2 quarter notes I'm giving space and playing them very square? What's happening is sometimes we're filling in the space. So can you put more subdivision in between those notes? It may help us not to rush them, okay? Great. We're back to the music. Yep. Why don't we try this section just so everybody's engaged? Maybe we skip to 22?
22, yeah. Right.
And you know the other thing, the other thing that's going to help is if you play long quarter notes. So it's not da 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 da, but da 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 da, like longer notes, lots of air support here, but just push longer, the more length in those notes will help.
I'll give you 2. It's 22.
Sorry. Okay, good. So it feels like they don't have their footing on this yet, right?
No.
Since we didn't rehearse it much, so
No.
they're still figuring that out.
Yep.
So just conceptually, we'll talk about a few things. All right, here's conceptually. I think you all need a little more time with this in some ways, right? It's new to you, so you're still figuring some of that out and making sure you're not getting lost. But here's the thing: this music has a dance-like quality to it, doesn't it? Right? It's not supposed to be that sounds robotic, right? So we have to find ways. Not all notes are created equal. So you have to, once we learn this rhythm and this pattern, we have to find ways to make it dance and make it a longer phrase. Make sense? Okay, and the way you do that is by not treating all notes the same. If I were to treat all notes the same, it would sound da 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 da. When I sing it, I say da 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 da. I'm expecting you guys to be like, ah, that's amazing, right? Yes, give me some of that. Man, it's like if I were a stand-up comic and there's like a dead room here. It's really hard. I'm working so hard here. I need to know that this is getting in, right? And affecting how you're playing. So that's what I'm going to say about this movement. It has to have that kind of dance-like quality. And when you do have the melody, you have to play it very strongly. You have to play exactly what's on there so it doesn't get lost. All right, so that's what I think this is going to be. I think a lot of this just needs a little more practice. Why don't we go from 31? Trombones, horns, euphonium, low brass. You have the melody here. Ba, 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 ba. Again, not all notes are the same. So let's add a little bit. Ba, 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 bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, ba. Yeah, the last two notes have to have a little bounce to them, I think. Let's try it. We'll see what happens.
31.
Da 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 da.
Yeah, that's the first time I think we've gotten to that section, right? Yeah.
So, is there another piece that they're just struggling
We've got
with?
stuff that's a little bit more cooked. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be more beneficial because it feels like we need.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
need
going to
some
help
time on
much.
this.
Yeah, I'm not going to help much right now just because they're still
Yeah,
just
go-
figuring out notes and
Go
rhythms.
and pick up mornings first, like
Okay, here we are with Dr. Mary Schneider. I wanted to talk to you about an exercise that I hadn't seen this specifically done, which I thought was neat, which was the counting, like in terms of like,
right.
you know, like and changing the tempos. And I've always said that that there are two kinds of musicians. There are the musicians that like provide their own groove, and then there are musicians who rely on the people around them to provide groove, and that sadly goes for professional musicians as
Yes,
well.
it does.
But I just tell us a little bit about that exercise.
Yeah, you're talking about an exercise that I'm sure I stole from somebody.
We all
along-
stole
right,
anything that's
We all
good.
do,
Yeah.
anything that's good. But I think it's really effective for teaching the importance of internal pulse
Mm-hmm.
in a way. And so I've done this with you can do this with any age, but basically I give students a number. They start with a lower number, and then I set a tempo, and I start counting in that tempo. And then I just, at that number, we started, I think, with 6. So I would say 1, 2, 3, and then I go silent, and I instruct them to keep counting.
Yeah.
And then when they get to the number that we've predetermined, they clap once.
Right.
So I always start them with success.
Right, sure.
So they get it. And then they usually, when it goes poorly, when I slow down or do a higher number, they laugh, they realize it didn't go well, and
Right.
then we talk about why.
Yeah,
and
sure.
that's when they always come up with subdivision.
Yeah.
There's always
Right.
some of them that realize that
Sure.
will help, which
Yep.
of course we always preach
Right.
Rhythmically, so that strengthens that. And
Right.
it's a little bit of a game, but
Yep.
it gets the point across.
No, that was great. And
Yeah.
yeah, and then you also had them close their eyes, which
Yes,
I'm sure that was
because-
like a very condensed version of that,
Yes.
just for time to keep
Exactly,
this moving. But
exactly. I think it's important. I have them do it with their eyes open, but they're usually reacting
Of
to
course.
when their friends clap. So
Of course.
closing their eyes and internalizing it individually is great.
that's also
Yeah.
an exercise that I can only imagine. I'm sure any group that did that consistently would improve, you know, like a bunch at first, and so they could, I'm sure, feel words. They could experience progress, you know, on something like that.
I think
Yeah.
so. And
Yeah.
it's also, you know, I do a similar thing with breathing together, just kind of handing over control
Mm-hmm. Right.
to the ensemble members to take a little more control. And I think as a conductor, we want to control everything.
Sure.
So the better conductors, I think, are ones that can empower their musicians, not only for their musical ideas, but give them the responsibility of keeping the tempo, keeping
Yeah.
the internal pulse, breathing together and entering together, etc. So,
Understandably, it can feel very passive to be sitting in a group because it's not like the third chair clarinet can decide where we're starting or when
Right.
we're starting.
Right.
But the best conductors / educators kind of give the kids agency, and,
Sure.
and then it's like you
Yeah.
start getting people leading even from
Exactly.
like inside of sections,
Exactly.
and then
Yeah.
then your job's a lot easier. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll
Yeah.
let you get back out there.
Okay,
All
thanks
right.
very much.
Thank
It
you.
was great to talk. See if I can. Nice release. We always have to be careful when you release. The pitch can tend to go up just a hair. So you have to think down on that release so it doesn't happen. Yeah, and you heard the pitch. There were 1 or 2 pitch issues that they can address, but that was really musical, really nice. And yeah, I think just tuning
It's like, yeah, there's this
The
chord right
G?
here.
This penultimate cadence. So that, I think the 1 and 2 combination for the tubas was a little bit sharp here.
You have a C, E,
Before the C, this,
oh, before
the
the,
G.
oh, the G here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, can we, let's address that. Can we
You
just
could-
here
you
measure
could
74 on,
Yeah, you could start here and just do the, it's basically leads into that, or,
yeah, if we start 74, we can go note by note. Let's,
Great.
Let's play your first note at 74, if you have music there. Play your first note at 74. Next half note. And yeah, good adjustment on the C at the very end of that. Nice work. Can't quite tell where it's going on the G. Is that going sharp?
yeah,
Yeah.
just a little
Okay.
bit.
Yeah,
That was
can we-
better that time, but I just think there's discrepancy with that. Is it,
It's a G, B flat, C, so in D. Oh, no, that's
yeah,
D there,
this is G major,
G major.
from what I can tell, right?
Yeah, G, B, G, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is the beat 3 then in measure 74. The tubas, this is for your G, that is indeed going sharp, okay? This is trombones as well, okay? Beat 3 of 74. Okay. Oh, and let's see, right? Okay, beat 3 of 74, and prep.
Is that B flat or B natural? You have an F?
74, second note of 70, beat 3. You should have a B natural. There's B natural and an F. Anyone have the B natural here? Yeah. There you go. And then Daniel, you're in there too, so right. Okay. Just empty. Ready?
We're getting this. Yeah, so whenever I have, I'm sure you do this in warm-ups, right? Major triads, minor triads, no? Okay, let's just do a quick, just come out of this for a quick moment, because I think just for tuning-wise, it's important. Let's just take a concert, what key is this in?
C major.
Okay, concert C, right? You get to choose which scale degree in that major triad. So it's scale degree 1, 3, or 5 is a major chord, right? Major triad, C major. You get to choose. Tubas, would you play the concert C? Bass, concert C, okay, C. You play the root. Everybody, just play that note. Everybody got it? So you're in the key of D, so you can play D, F sharp, A. Okay. Some of you are playing E flat, and it needs to be an E natural if it's going to be major, right? Try it again. Good. Could you go down a whole step from where you are? Again? That would be concert B flat. And up. Great. So this is what I want to do. Everybody, how many of you played the third of the chord? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So can we have a couple volunteers to play the concert E? Oh man, the third of the chord is the best part. You got it? You know what you're playing, E natural? You know what note you're playing? Great, great, good. Thank you. All right, let's play it again. C major, concert C major. Can I hear just the C and G? The root and the fifth. push the air through. So play like you're proud. You're proud of that note. Ready? This time I'm going to signal when I want the third to come in. All right, so it's going to be an open chord, and then I will do this, and if you're playing the third, concert E, you join us. Good, a little. Yeah. Nice. So the third of the chord, do you know how it has to be adjusted to be in tune? Nobody?
Oh my God.
I know you've learned this. Your teachers never taught you this? What's wrong? No, I'm kidding. So you know this, right? When you have a major triad, the third has to be very, very low in order for it to be perfectly in tune. It's not like a piano. So if you're playing the third of the chord, you have to lower it like 16 cents, which is a lot. You have to intentionally play it flat. And then the note will go, pooh, it'll be beautiful. So you just need to know that whenever you're playing something and you come to a chord like that. Now, I want to do a quick exercise with you to show you how you can affect the timbre. So we're going to play that C major again. The third is going to be a little stronger because we don't have as many people. This time we're going to play it nice and full, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to show numbers, 1, 5, or 3. I don't want you to change notes. What I want you to do is if you're playing this note, I want you to be more present in the chord. I want you to play out. So anytime I do this and it's your note, just play it stronger. Make sense? Okay. Smile. Smile. We're making music. We love it. Ready? Okay, C major, and if I do this, it means just put it balanced. So we'll start with this. Go a half step away in any direction. Ready? And then when I cue you, come back to that chord. Half step away, your choice. Oh, I like the third. Nice job on the third. Okay, so I'm just trying to show them more confidence here in this. I think just doing some exercises in their warm-up where they have to adjust. So move it around, you know, they can move around the third. And you can do the same for minor chords, which of course is different, right? Mm-hmm. So they get used to adjusting that third. Minor chords, the third is the other direction.
Cool. Here, let's get back to 72 and get that into some context.
Okay.
And then, play through to the end, okay?
That tune.
Yeah, that one. That chord.
More third. Right? You were right on pitch. You just need to play it out a little bit more on that last chord because your note is a little more color. Yeah, so da, da.
Right here, and I think, especially that C sharp.
Altos, your
Really,
C
really-
sharp is out of tune. Can you hear that? Your written C sharp? Yeah. That's not a great note for them, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could add a pinky there too as well, left pinky, if you want to bring that down a little bit. So,
Okay.
It's going to be.
So do you want to play a portion? Did you do it, the whole thing?
No, we haven't. We just started looking at the ending when you walked in.
Okay, great. So Would you like to do another section or?
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning. We haven't done much work at all in the beginning, but
Okay.
we've spent the bulk of our time from like 23 to 53. So
That's great. We'll do a little of that, and then I'd love to hear the new piece and what you worked on earlier, right? You can come back to that and just do a,
yeah,
you said you wanted to do that. If you still want to
Yeah,
do that,
that'd
yeah,
be
that would be
great.
great.
cool. Here's the beginning.
This is At Morning's First Light by David Gillingham. It's from Michigan. Yeah, that's not a good sound, right? You can do better than that.
Yeah, thirds.
You know you can do
thirds,
better than that. Take in more air, spin the air faster. Go ahead, I just want to look over your shoulder.
Yeah, there should be sound on one. C. Thumb, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Do.
Keep the air going, keep the air going. Big breath. Okay, do you have the melody now? Or do you have a secondary part? So just adjust. See if you can tell who's playing the melody. Good, good.
Yeah, so a lot of us are a little bit off from one another, okay? The tempo is slower than you think it is. Once again, about protecting the melody, part of that involves knowing where the melody is in its like stages of completion. It's a 3-bar melody, so just understand, like, don't go on.
So can we just start at 7 and go to 18? And I want you to convince me that we have an arrival at 18. Okay, musically, make that, you got to sell that. Those of you that are playing ba-do-da-do-da-do-da-do, what role is that? Is that melody? I hope not. Right? So that is providing a harmonic foundation. It is secondary or way lower in terms of prominence than the melody. Who has the melody at 7? Don't raise your hand if you have it. I want the people who are not playing to tell me. It's too many of you who want to, I don't know who to pick. Do you know? Listen this time at 7 and see if you can tell who has a melody while you're playing. Here's 7. Ready? A lot more horn will be great. Just the color. I know there's other instruments that have the cues for the horn, but make sure the color of the horn is coming through. It sounds terrific. Okay? Think, who has a melody? Who has a melody? Saxophones and horn, yeah. Da, 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 da. Convince me, where are we going? Where are we going? Okay, stop. 4 before, we're going to start 4 before 18. If you're real good at math, 18, carrying on, that's 14, okay? We're starting at 14, 4 before 18. Here's what happened. Who has the melody? Who can tell me who had the melody at 7? Saxes and horn, all right? So they're going to play that with contour and direction. And then saxophones, your role changes. You go from melody to ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. You sound like an ambulance in Europe. So make sure that you're changing your role. You didn't do that. You were like, saxophone. You know, you can't do that. Here, you're not important. You're handing it over to somebody else. So who has melody 4 before 18? Anybody? Yes, yes. Tell the rest of them to raise their hand. Yes, flutes. Anybody else? Da, 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 da. Clarinets? Clarinets? Yes. Horn and saxes, you are just providing a foundation. Trombones, baritone, tuba, you are leading us to a chord change and to the arrival. Let me hear that. Anybody with half notes? Ready? 4 before 18. 2. Ready? Start softly and grow. More. More, more, more air, big breath. More. More. More, 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 more. Yes, yes. And that's the arrival at 18. Okay, pretty soon I'm going to be doing jumping jacks up here to get you to play louder. That was great. That's really good for where we are in the music, you know? I know you haven't worked on this a lot, but you have to commit. We need you to help us get to 18 and make that a big moment. Otherwise, the music is dead. It's like vanilla. I want it to be Rocky Road with some sprinkles, chocolate, lots of whipped cream, Reese's Pieces, all kinds of stuff on it. All right? Good. So let's go 4 before 18, and can I hear the melody, please? Is it bells there? Yeah, could you play with us? 2, ready, and. More air, more air. Good. More. Keep it going. Yes. Yes, and then you switch roles, right? Then we let them grow. The brass take over. But that's as much, you're not going to be heard if you're playing with not enough air. You have to sell that. Okay, you ready to do it? I like the energy and enthusiasm, you guys. Calm down. 4 before 18. It's a little too much right now. You just keep it in check. 4 before, I know you can do this, and I want to have that moment where I'm feeling like musically we connect, all right? So change your role. Adjust, always hear the melody, and sell this harmonically. Brass, we need you to get us to 18 in a convincing fashion.
14.
Beautiful. More. Good. And now softer. More brass. I think it's making more musical sense now to me as I listen. There were some really nice moments in there. Again, where did you start?
We
Here?
started where we roughly stopped last
So
time.
woodwinds, you're kind of like the sprinkles on the top when you're playing all this bum, 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 right? And then the horn sounds terrific. Really does sound good. And I think just be careful of your written D, fourth space is sharp. It's a sharp fingering and a sharp note. So just, you can cover a little or just be careful of that fingering, right? I think this sounded very nice. Saxes and horns, this is really, this chorale is going on while we have another texture here. And just making sure that you're not overwhelming them was great. But there's one thing I thought harmonically that we didn't really sell. I think it was there. Like it changes, no.
Before that. It was
It's,
right before we
it's like
got
2
to
bars, yes, that's it.
41.
So harmonically, this is a surprise, right? So can I hear all the half note people? 4 before 41. We're going to talk about harmony and how we can accentuate that. So this is cut time, right? 4 before, ready, and. Okay, we're not all in the right place. We're not all in the right place. It's just half notes, 4 before, 4 measures before 41, right? 2, I'm conducting half notes, and. So I would make this, your trumpet's in the wrong place, but I would make this moment when you rehearse it, this has to be one of those surprise eyebrows up, kind of like, ooh, you know? And harmonically, that has to be convincing. And we're just blowing through that right now, but I think that's a moment that they can really grab onto.
Yeah, especially like here.
It's just that harmony is not expected, right? As we're going into this modulation. So this is really important, not that we just arrive, but that this leads us to there. You know? It's just, I think generally, the idea of setting up an arrival point, you have to commit to that as a group. And that's not just volume, that has to do with being in tune and knowing, understanding who's doing what. But I think more commitment as you start to learn this piece and feel more comfortable, because you obviously can do it. You know, I'm hearing some really nice moments and there's some great playing going on. I think it's just as you get more comfortable with this is committing to making a shape, committing to where the music is going, and making sure that you're doing what you can to make that arrival important. Yes? Great. So that, I think that's, yeah. Did you want to do another part of that? Did you do? You should play the other piece. I think you have about 10 minutes.
Hey, let's take out Kingdom again right before we head out to dinner, okay?
I'd love to hear it, yeah. So this is a new piece. You said you were part of a consortium commission or you commissioned?
We commissioned it, yeah.
Oh,
so
great.
Ben is a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Reached out to me before Midwest last year. I was like, hey buddy, let's get together. I'll buy you lunch and chat.
Nice.
He said, it's funny because I was looking for like a concert, like a fanfare-y thing. That could be used as an opener or a closer for a concert. And someone else had approached him about similar things. So that's what such a great job last time. And you can even play it louder. You can even grow even more. Piano's important.
I'm excited to hear this piece. It's really special that you're part of this commissioning project. So, you know, I don't know the piece at all and haven't heard it. Has it been premiered?
Los Gatos played it in December, and then we're playing it in May.
Played in May.
Yep.
Terrific.
Yeah, cool. Think about all the things that we worked on earlier, okay? Yep, it's right from the beginning. attention, everybody. Probably the weirdest spot was when we were not able to hear the melody at letter F. Remember that it transitions over to trumpet and trombone at that point in time. If you don't have it written in your part, this is free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Probably
No, you're
about
doing
a
it well.
third to a half of it
Yeah,
so far.
yeah. But I can hear you're a little bit more aware of, one comment I was gonna make with trills, woodwinds. I always tell my students with trills just to kind of sting them and then energize the end of the trill. So almost always I add a little bit of, I go faster at the end of the trill and crescendo into the release. So if you have a long trill, sometimes I'll just go like, da, and then I chill, da, and then da, 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 da. I'm changing notes when I'm singing it, but you know what I'm saying? Like just forge into that. So I think you can't play a trill too meekly, yeah? That's just a suggestion. I think that always works really well. So can you do some of the groove part?
Yeah, letter G.
Yeah, that's cool. That sounds great. Yep.
Reminder, these 3-4 bars, they're just in one. Okay, is G. little rushing quite a bit. And remember what Dr. Gummel said earlier today, like these are real low to the head, okay? We can,
I feel like the groove in the beginning is great. You guys really well matched. I would just make sure that you're not compressing the last 2/8 notes of the measure. So I'm hearing, as you get more familiar with this, it's like bum, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba, ba. And if you're really thinking in 4 or subdividing, those notes will have a little bit more, right? Dun, 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 dun,
there's a little
dun,
bit more
dun,
body
dun.
to each note.
Yeah, just dun, dun, dun. And then I do think, just to get clarity, woodwinds, as you're going and you're in the higher range, just don't over-articulate, right? Because some of this can just be a lighter tongue and still be effective all through here. But shorter notes, I think, is necessary when you're playing these da, 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 right? Just get the notes, the beginning of the note without too much resonance on it, I think will help.
Yeah, and we talked about the 4th bar of H woodwinds. I know it looks really goofy with the rhythm that's there. Just pretend like you're still in 2/2. Okay.
Yeah, don't let your eyes fool you about what it's really sounding like. Yeah, let's try it one more time in that section. And yeah, the snare drums can be a little less. I know it's exciting there, but just put it in the context. Yeah, you see the last notes getting swallowed up too. Ta, 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 ta. Lighter. Listen to the marimba. These need more front to the note.
Sorry, that 1, 3, 4 bar always catches us by surprise in 114. All right, here's
Yeah, I would, snares, just adjust so you can hear the marimba in that section. And I would also say the brass, when you come in, low brass, like going into, what number is that? J. Those accented notes, it just needs more separation and more front to the note. You're playing them very connected. Can you separate them more? I think they'll have more impact that way. And the same thing happens before K. So just have a lot of air stream there, but really separate the notes, ta, 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 and take charge there a little bit more than you are. We're just about done, but maybe just wrap that up.
one more time. Let's start at letter I, okay?
Yeah, this one you just have to break into layers.
This is going to be really ripped to shreds.
But it's very repetitive, so I think once you break it into layers, they'll be okay. And just make sure you're listening for note length because there's so much going on in here. So each layer on its own. But yeah, that's such a cool piece. I'm really looking forward to hearing that. Well, congrats. You guys made it through the afternoon. Well done.
Thank you. Everyone say thank you, Dr. Schneider.
Who's ready for some keys?
I am.
All right, so look, here's going to happen next is y'all Awesome. Well, welcome back. If you've been with us throughout the evening, we just finished our dinner break, and we are getting to the part of the evening where we have our director roundtable. So as we're having our dinner and just kind of talking, there are some natural topics that come up, and we thought we'd share some conversation with everyone with the idea that a lot of the things we're talking about are probably things that we're going to be dealing with in one level or another in our home programs if you're watching. So as we're getting started, just quick once around the room, I'll let you know who everybody is here.
I'm Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands here at Westchester University and Assistant Professor of Music Education.
Sorry. Here, let me see that mic.
I'll just get Steve first.
And we can check that the blue lights are on all the lights. Sorry.
Cut. Do this again. Hi, I'm Adam Gumbel. I'm the Director of Athletic Bands here at Westchester University and Assistant Professor of Music Education.
I'm Scott Munz. I'm the band director at Cedar Crest High School in Lebanon, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Hannah Morrison, Associate Director of Bands here at the Wells School of Music.
Andy Yozviak, Director of Bands here at Westchester University.
Hi, I'm Armand Regani. I'm the band director at Camp Hill Middle and High School outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Selke. I'm the band director at Exeter Township Senior High School in Reading, Pennsylvania.
And I am Dr. Mary Schneider from Eastern Michigan University, where I'm the director of bands.
Cool. So one of the things we were talking about was how this event differs from so many of the other things we do during the year. So many of the outings that we have when we leave campus and go somewhere, it's a back end kind of experience where we've been working through a series of months to perfect something. We're putting our best foot forward and trying to present the finished product. And where the conversation went was that assessment has become a very important part of the year for a lot of the groups here. And I just like to start out with how has performance assessment experience benefited your program? Like, what were some of the things that have been strong takeaways? You want to start, Scott?
Yeah, we've been doing MPAs for about 10 years. It's been a process. We took our lumps early on, but I think that learning process, our desire to want to improve and be better, and especially me myself, listening to the feedback and talking to people that are smarter than me and helping figure out best ways to improve ensembles and make kids better. And that's really been an integral part of the success of our band program. Our middle school's actively involved in MPAs. We host an MPA that now has expanded to 3 days. It was 1, it was 2, now 3, and between my middle school band colleague and myself, we're funneling 6 band ensembles through the thing, and that commitment to excellence and to being better has been really awesome, and it's been beneficial to help us out a lot.
Cool. You want to talk a little bit about your experience, Armand?
Sure. Yeah, so over at Camp Hill, this will be our 3rd year upcoming that we've been hosting our own MPA, and it's also been a valuable tool, especially as we've been getting closer and closer to our concert season, to not just have that performance opportunity, but to also get that real-time feedback from adjudicators. And the way that our event is run is a clinic-style event. So afterwards, it's been really beneficial for us to get that one-on-one feedback from the adjudicators. And not only that, but it's been also great in the sense of community building and team building, because we have another common goal throughout the year to share with the students. And just like a lot of our students get to nerd out during the marching band season about scores and judges' tapes, we give them another opportunity to do that in another setting. And getting our parents and also other stakeholders involved in the process has been really beneficial for us as well, to kind of build that culture and build that community around the symphonic band setting, where there hasn't been as much historically, at least in comparison to when we get together for marching bands. So it's been really beneficial on the community building front too.
I like that aspect that you said, our marching bands are going out, our jazz bands go out, so why not the concert bands? And Exeter only started last year, and we went in hosting too, so it's just a great way to show your administrators, the stakeholders in the community, to value what you're doing in the classroom, and it also helps to prepare the students for not just a concert, because we do those concerts twice, 3 times a year, but to just really excel at something and to showcase it. And the repertoire selections, the selective music lists, those are like the crown jewels, the things, the literature that we should be teaching the kids so that they understand ensemble playing to their fullest. And we have so many great composers that we can lean on. And I just think that even though we're really new at it, they're still learning a lot from those great composers. And you were talking about courtly airs and dances. We did that too. It's such a great piece, and they loved it. So.
Cool. So the performance assessments here in Pennsylvania, they're usually run end of March, beginning of April, sometime in that range. And there are 3 judges typically in the back of the hall, and they're giving feedback by recording and also recording some numbers. So y'all are getting written feedback, you're getting readings, and you're getting recorded feedback during the course of your performance. Some feature a clinic when the band finishes, where the adjudicators actually come up on stage and work with the band in real time, like right after their performance. How have you, in your own programs, used the feedback that you get from the adjudicators with your students? I mean, we know how we're able to listen to a recording and evaluate things as a director. How do you share that information with your students?
I mean, I personally digest that first, but soon after we're done, they have copies of the written commentary. All of the recorded commentary gets put on Schoology. They have access to all that stuff to listen to everything. And I'm never concerned about it, because the people that are always coming in to do these things are high quality people, so they're not just riffing on some garbage talk that they have to spend. It's actually good information. So and every kid processes it differently, but it's out there that they have that opportunity to access that information and see, and and then we kind of have a discussion. I already have my hit list of okay, here were 1, 2, 3 things that we need to hit to make better. This is our next goal. This is how we're going to try to get there, and and then try to build that community around with the kids that buy in to help them get on the same track.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the clinic style event especially, we get that immediate feedback to the kids right away. So usually the first thing after the MPA is we unpack that clinic. We'll unpack that clinic and talk about it and understand how is what the clinician is asking of us different from how we've been playing before, and then really do a lot of A/Bing of seeing how that affects our music. Same thing, we do like to pass out the sheets. Every kid gets a copy and sees what the commentary is, and get to listen to the tapes. We listen to the tapes together, and then we usually, by that point, since our festival is traditionally about 2 to 3 weeks before our concert, we dial in on 1 or 2 key categories that we really emphasize before we get into our concert season. And then usually that serves as a guide for the next school year as well, for myself as well, because we take that information and filter it down and see how does that need to change the educational process and the sequencing of information. Because just as an example, a big key area of growth for us last year was the difference in articulation and not playing everything so vanilla, as you were saying even earlier. So it's one area of growth for us that we started to look at a little bit more and zoom in on with that microscope.
I think that getting the feedback, hearing it in real not in real time, but in the recording, and also hearing the ensemble. A lot of them don't have that perspective of what does it sound like at the front of the ensemble because they may be in the back row, and so they're now hearing it from a different viewpoint, and allowing them to also reflect on the rubric, because I give them the rubric and they fill out the rubric even before we go to the MPA. We'll record our class playing it several times and say, hey, what are your thoughts on the categories, the criteria that the adjudicators are listening to us, so that they have a better understanding of what is being asked of them. But reflecting on that, we did ours after our concert last year, but this year it's going to be before our concert, so it'll be really good for reflection. So that's the goal for this year.
Cool. All right, clinicians, as you go out and assess, participate in the performance assessments, what are some things that you're listening for? You know, like what's your process as you're listening to ensembles and during these adjudications, assessments, whatever it is?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thanks to the three of you for being champions for music performance assessment in the state of Pennsylvania, because there are a lot of places in this country where it's been a huge part of the culture for a long period of time, and it hasn't necessarily been that way statewide here, and it has become much more prevalent in over the last 10 or so years because of folks like you and what you're doing, and others across the state, and Tom Schneider does great work, and there are folks out in Western PA. Anyway, thank you for making this part of your process, and for referencing. The most important part of any rep is what happens before it and what happens after it. So what you do prior to your participation in one of these music performance assessments, educating based on the components of the rubric, going through meaningful reflection, using the rubric as a tool for, as an advocacy tool. I mean, when I was teaching public school, it was huge because band was one of those areas that wasn't assessed. It wasn't assessed the same way that the core academic courses were. And for us, it was, hey, look, we have a governing body, we have a system for assessment, we have components that are being evaluated by folks. It looks a little bit different than it does, taking a written test, but at the same time, it provides similar value for our students. So anyway, just to know all of your programs and to know the value that you've placed on this process, it's fantastic. So when I'm out adjudicating, I mean, it's great because we have a tool. We have a tool sitting right in front of us. Most of them are gonna value being in tone, in tune, in time, and in touch. Gonna look at those four areas. Gonna absolutely be listening for. At what level is this group engaging? Are we still worried about the when of the music? Do we have all of our attacks and releases lined up? Do we have all our notes? The what and the when is kind of the baseline, and then, hopefully that group is past that and they're really thinking about the how of the music and aligning articulation and dynamics and creating, generating contrast and motion. And then, the great groups out there are getting to the why of the music and really getting you to feel what's going on. So the feedback is always designed, at least, I think for us, for sure, is designed to be constructive and never destructive. It's always meant to, presume that folks are going to be playing this for their students and be incredibly learner-centered, and hopefully take the group wherever they are and provide, some sort of, plant some seeds that can be watered down the road, by the director, and even sometimes I try to structure feedback so I'm talking directly to the students. Hey, pause the recording and try this right now. Right, or I'll write something down, and I even started bringing a sheet with me that has a bunch of different stuff on it that you can take and try in your room. But at the end of the day, it's all about celebrating where the groups are, and then hopefully taking them to the next level, or providing tools that'll get them to the next level where they want to be.
Yeah, and to expand on that just a bit, I think as I'm getting to listen to these ensembles, one of the things I'm doing is how I listen to my own ensemble. When I'm taking a moment, listen to a recording, I think I look at two key areas kind of initially. One is foundations. Where is the group? Where are the strengths? Where can I highlight the ensemble? Maybe in how I program in the future. What can I celebrate with the kids? Yeah, and we want to do that every time. And then I think too, like, okay, where are the areas that we really need to increase our time? And maybe that's time on the music, maybe that's time outside of the music, in fundamental skills, or emphasize to the kids in their own practice and try and instill kind of the motivation for them to bring it to the next level. So that foundation level, and then I always love the word contrast. I think musically, whether that's like we've been talking, contrast in articulation, or contrast in dynamics, taking the chance to play soft and the chance to then play forte and full. So really listening to that contrast, and again, finding the moments that the students did that really successfully and trying to give specific feedback, and then take it to the next level. Okay, let's aim for this the next time we get to perform this music, and highlight it that way.
Yeah, those are all great points. I appreciate all of that. I think it's comforting to know that you all actually listen, and that's helpful with the tapes, but I think we're all on a similar page. I often, my perspective whenever I'm clinicking or when I'm doing an assessment is to help those students grow as musicians. And it's really not any different than the teacher. We're just coming from a different perspective and maybe just adding to what you're doing with different ears. So I try I find that all groups have actually similar things, just at different levels. I'm talking about contrast and shape and direction in the music. So, you can have a band or any ensemble that plays like technically perfectly. I would rather listen to a group that's more musical and has some expression and some direction in the music and passion, and maybe there's a few notes that aren't perfectly in tune. So I think ultimately that's what we're trying to get to. So I do tend to talk conceptually with, and I'll ask whoever I'm assessing, is this a specific thing you want how specific do you want me to be? But almost always the comments fall under a conceptual basis. As we were just talking, sometimes it's talking about the right side of a phrase, finishing, the release into silence, the concepts that are a little bit different. And then I said this before with Andrew, we all steal things from each other. So little tricks and exercises and things, we're all trying to do the same thing. So I think the benefit of those clinics is that as a teacher, when I was teaching lower grade levels, I always wanted to just have new ideas how to approach things. Just coming from a different angle or having ways to look at things. But generally, it's always about how can we get the music to have more character to it? How can we be more expressive through the music? Yeah.
So in talking about the adjudication and talking about some of the outcomes and in talking about how are we going to arm our students for success, the conversation then turned to, all right, well, what do we program? Or how do we program? Or what are the things that we're thinking about as we're trying to figure out what repertoire to put on our students' stands, whether it's for an assessment or otherwise. And I don't know, you had a real interesting observation within your program, Scott. You want to describe that a little bit?
So we have a ninth grade band with just a few upperclassmen mentors, and then we have our 10th through 12th grade band, and almost always, like we're pretty consistent with superior ratings with both ensembles, but it seems to happen a little bit more readily, I guess, with the ninth grade group as opposed to the older kid group, and it's just been that trying to find out, like, well, what's that missing piece of the puzzle? Like, why? Because all the kids that are in the older kid band have all gone through the initial kid band, so like, where are we missing that? Program could play a part in that. You're still trying to figure that out, at least for me, because I don't feel like I'm headstrong enough that I'm just going to pick, you know, this song because I need to reach this grade level, and you know, I feel like I'm trying to still mitigate, like, okay, well, where are my strengths, where are my weaknesses, and like, you know, what's going to make the group sound the best with the current setup that we have. So I don't know. It's for us. It's a work in process trying to figure that out. But I feel good that we have a lot of other key things solved, which is a plus. And if this is one of the bigger things that we have to deal with right now, that's okay. Yeah. But we have to maybe investigate, start that top group down a little bit, and then try to ramp back up, because I don't think we're programming things that are overly difficult. So,
what are some of the things that you all think about as you're choosing literature for the spring?
Well, I had a wise instructor at one point in time that was, telling me what band candy was, and it's him. But I really try to find those pieces that really stretch and challenge them, but I know that there at least is a safe space for everybody in the piece, and finding those pieces can sometimes be challenging, because I don't want to keep recycling something. I also want to learn too as a conductor. I don't want to keep pulling the same thing out over and over again. But like, for example, we're doing Prelude, Siciliano, and Rondo, and I know that my kids like the piece, so that is something that, even though they have never heard it before, it's new to them, it has so much character in it, and I know there's so much that they're going to benefit from it, that I know it's a solid piece to choose over and over and over again. And then the fanfare piece that I also chose to bring here, I don't know if I would program that for the MPA, but it's definitely something that I know it's totally different and exciting for them too. So I think a lot of variety and the contrast is what really helps them, and that's what I look for in a program. I look for contrast and variety.
I love that of all the pieces that are being performed and worked on this weekend, there's a lot of new stuff that's in the folders, but in a couple rooms I've been in, the crowd favorites have been Prelude, Siciliano, and Rondo, and the Carter Overture. I absolutely love that the kids still dig that rep. It's awesome. Armand.
Yeah, so we're in an interesting situation. So we're really, really small school. The building is about 650 kids, middle and high school, and the high school itself is about 400 students. But somehow out of a band of 45, I have 12 percussionists. So it's a lot of it is making sure that there is an educational experience for every single student in the room. And it is very difficult to make sure that happens on every single piece of music that's programmed. And sometimes I might get 11 out of 12, but that's one of the first things I go to, is because I want to make sure that there is something for everyone in the room to feel like they grew from, or that they contributed and they were part of the team. Variety is a big thing for us as well, and we like to make sure that there is that there are various styles and genres represented, and making sure that at the end of the day, it's something that a student will remember beyond their time in high school and just think back on fondly in 10, 20 years. And I actually forgot where I was going with this. There was something else I was going to mention.
You're doing great.
Thanks. Tell I've never been on a live stream before. But thinking back, you were saying something. I forget what it was. Shoot, yeah. It's going to come back to me.
All right, we'll let you jump in. Yeah. Okay. Mary, what are some things you think about when you're programming for your ensembles?
Programming, to me, is the most important thing we do. So I think the most important thing is that we're using repertoire. Repertoire is not the curriculum. You have a curriculum of what students should be learning as musicians in different grades. but it should be enhancing that curriculum. And I think if the repertoire we choose is, you called it band candy?
Lorraine called it.
Lorraine? That's Lorraine's term? Okay.
We all steal from each other. It's your-
I think, I think it's difficult. Sometimes we have this, I think we have to have repertoire that can stand up to what we as the professionals deem is music that's crafted well and that has, some artistic value. Sometimes in our search for repertoire for the students, I think, it's tempting to play things that they like immediately. To me, when I taught, particularly in middle school, if I handed out something and the kids loved it, I would collect it right away. Because to me, there's not enough depth and complexity. If they're going to love a piece right away, chances are, it's unusual if the piece is a little more complex. So with my university, I think it's similar. It's just a different level. I have to consider many of the same things. I also take into account, different voices and some diversity. I think it's important for those students and collegiate students to experience that. So I'm always searching for some new music and new composers and new voices, but at the same time, I do believe core repertoire for us is important. And lately, that some people are overlooking that. So I also am loving the fact that there's some standard rep that I think we owe that to our genre and our field to maintain those pieces that have stood the test of time.
Kind of echoing Dr. Schneider's sentiment about our curriculum and how we present many aspects of our curriculum through the music that we select. And one of you mentioned this at some point during my time here at Westchester, but in order to choose a piece of repertoire, choose a program, you have to reject everything else that's ever been written. And there's a lot of weight that goes with that. And one of the things, especially teaching at middle and high school level, is assessing the level of the ensemble and thinking, and looking at the group and realizing if there is a lot of ability at the top and a lot of ability at the bottom, how do you build in that depth? Looking at it through that lens as well, and finding pieces that can build out that middle of the ensemble too, is something that I've been more intrigued about and interested in exploring. So that's been kind of one of my guiding principles last year and change, of seeing how we can build out the middle of the ensemble and not just program to the top or program to the bottom, but plan for that. And especially getting to be my own feeder, planning that throughout 7th grade levels has been very, very valuable.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about stealing the things you love that other people do. The same with programming for me. I know I can very fully admit that many of the pieces that I'm loving right now, I've probably experienced sometime in the past 5 to 10 years in some form or fashion. And I'm thankful that those recommendations have been made. And I love that conversation. They're probably sick of me asking the same questions, but when I'm starting to think of repertoire, this is what I'm anticipating to have instrumentation-wise. Here's our time. What are your favorites? And having those conversations with people, and I always find when you can find the pieces that sound harder than they technically are, I love those pieces and save those. And then, this kind of goes what you were just saying there. Love to program something on a concert that is right at their level. Have a couple of go-tos from mentors of Florence Price pieces right now that will perform. The kids aren't stressed beyond their ability, and then it's take it above the music. So what are we going to do beyond? Let's take a moment to sing. Let's talk about what is this, let's conduct a little bit alongside, and what does this feel like? Okay, now how can we demonstrate that on our instrument? I find that the students are willing, especially if you're invested as the director, they're not going to look at, oh, I have half notes and whole notes, this piece isn't worth my time. No, we're going to take the advantage of what we have here. So certainly kind of lean in that way.
Can I just piggyback on that? I would just say, I think everyone on every program should have one piece like that. I mean, I'm not above my ensemble, which is doing, just like yours, Bells for Stokowski that you're performing. That's a piece that we would regularly have in our rotation, but I'm also willing to interject a slow melodic piece that might be a grade 3. It's because it's about them, not, like you said, they can go right to the music, and there's so much they can gain from that. If not technically, but like I said before, just in terms of enriching their musicianship, or as a teacher with younger students, just getting them using their air and maintaining tone and talking about tuning and things, other concepts that you can't do if you're always programming at the very edge of what they can do. And you shouldn't be waiting. If you're not talking about music until the week of the concert, there's a problem. You should be talking about music from day one. So if you're finding that you're just so stressed with, and the students are, with all the technical things and everything that's going on, and you don't really talk about shape or direction or music, then I would suggest you consider a piece that you can do that with to complement the others.
Yeah, if you're overly concerned with the what and the when of the music, it becomes really hard to get to the how and then the why, which is really where all the good juice is. And I guess for me, it's pretty, I don't know, I'm a simple man. It's like figure out the context, inventory the community and the culture, figure out what the educational needs are for the students, but then also for the audience. And again, the other stakeholder, the folks who are supporting your program, figure out what their, what are their needs, cares, and concerns when it comes to like what they want from your ensemble. You do have to satisfy those. And then also, how do you put your program on a trajectory to start here and then get wherever you want to make it, or wherever you want it to be, through the music that you're presenting. Huge like the idea of culture shift versus culture shock, and we're only going to play music that's at the sublime heights of the art versus a piece of candy now and again. It's like a well-balanced diet. You are what you eat. And then I would say that that for me, I'm starting to feel more and more strongly about, you have to program music that you love as a conductor. And that might seem very teacher-centered, but I mean, energy is contagious. If you're energetic about it, if you really love it, it becomes super easy to get students to buy in. And when students buy in, it becomes really easy to get parents to buy in. And when students and parents are bought in, it gets really easy to get everybody to buy in. And so, there's certain music that I believe is the same thing, like my hit list, my purple list, and my gold list that I take on the road all the time. And there's music that I feel really strongly about as a piece of art, but then also understand how to connect that to the students. And if we can connect the students to the rep, then it becomes easier to connect them with each other and have them connect with the audience. It's context, it's connection, and then it's really the excitement, and the energy that you feel about this piece and how you're going to share that most readily with students.
Cool. We have just a couple more minutes, and I know it just flies by, right? Wow. One of the other things that we were touching on during dinner conversation was, how did we maintain strong relationships with the other music teachers in our district? How do we maintain strong relationships with our feeders? How do we support them? And how do we stay in touch with those students to entice them and make sure that they're able to continue their life in music through their high school program? So just looking for a couple strategies. What's your couple things that you like to do?
I mean, I think any program is a network of relationships, and people are the program, and those relationships are built through conversation. And effective conversations need to include, your own perspective, but then also, seek first to understand and then be understood. So I always try to have conversations with the folks that I work with whom I work. And when I was teaching public school, same thing, as consistently as we can to really start to see the world through their lens and start to understand why they feel the way they feel, so that I can then, potentially connect with them and maybe shift their perspective, so that ultimately we end up with as close to a unified philosophy, a set of beliefs as we can have. And I think if you don't have those conversations, the lack of communication breeds negativity, and the lack of conversation breeds, just a lack of alignment. So I think the more that you can get together with your, the folks who are, feeders in your program, the more that you can have conversation to help align, your educational philosophy, the better. And I know it doesn't always happen like that. Sometimes it takes a long, culture shift and shock again, but those conversations ultimately are going to yield positive results, if they're had intentionally and if you come at them with an open heart.
Okay.
Scott. No, I'm kidding.
Well, you're next, Scott.
Oh, I am next.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
I thought you were just messing.
Sorry, I was just, that's all right. Jared's up. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jared. No, I'm super fortunate that I have a really great team. I think, as we're just talking about this, you use the term feeder and stuff. I actually don't really think of my guys as feeders. That's we're all in this together, and I'm super fortunate that my elementary guy is really great, and he's doing all the right things, and my middle school guy and I are. Since we are dealing with those adolescent kids, we have very similar philosophies and goals, personal and professional goals that we, wish to achieve. And, we really support each other in that, it's not a me versus him. I don't think that he views his program, the middle school, as one that just, has a glass ceiling there. I think he understands that it's he can take his kids as far as he can go, and that only helps me on the back end, right? That it makes my job a little bit easier. So I guess in the long and the short of it is identifying some commonalities. Maybe one thing. Hey, this really isn't jiving out of maybe your long list of things that isn't working for you. That hey, why don't we can we focus on this? And go to it. Nothing that we've done in the time that. Me and my colleagues have been in that program. Nothing has been a fast change. So, it's been a long process, but trying to identify those goals and work together to achieve them, I think, is huge.
Yeah, I think just really simply a lot of it has to do with the idea of you being able to serve any age students you have. Or we talk about this a lot, celebrating what makes that specific ensemble with that group of kids unique. And what moments can we find that can make them feel really special and then also excited for what's going to come next. So a lot of that looks like as much as you can be in front of kids that you don't see on a daily basis. I know getting to teach middle school, getting to let the kids know this is what you see that's happening around you at various levels. Here are perspectives from students that you might get to hear from, and this is what's actually happening on the ground versus what you see. And so just being willing to honestly hang out with all kids and make sure that they grow throughout that entire process.
Yeah, so one of the, I'm very fortunate as well. My colleague who teaches at the elementary school, she and I work really well together. We're very much on the same page. I think it really helps when colleagues are, we're all working together as a team. And I think extending that further to our entire music department, it's a small but mighty music department of 4 in our district. So we work really hard to just make sure that programmatically we are on the same page in terms of what students are expected to know at each level, and how we approach music making and understanding that it's, at the end of the day, really about the music and the experiences that the kids have through the program. And having those elementary teachers still be involved as well as they come up to, at least from the elementary band to the middle school band with me, and having some element of that that's co-taught and having that bleed over has been really helpful for us as well. And just taking it one step further for us is just viewing every aspect of our program as being part of a team and part of a larger whole. We taking it one step further to our marching band team and getting them involved even more throughout the rest of the off season as well, and understanding how each individual works in the larger unit in terms of just our end goal of giving the kids the best experience possible. So we try to leverage as much as possible, like still keeping the marching band team involved as much as they can because they enjoy being a part of it. They, you know, any marching band staff members out there, they do it truly out of the love of their hearts and work really hard for not a whole lot of money at the end of the day to get good outcomes and make big impacts in kids' lives. So getting them involved throughout the rest of the year has been really impactful for us, and it's kind of just synergized with the rest of the program, and getting the other coaches as well to see what they can input and provide for the students. Been working with our theater department a whole lot more, especially. So that's been really cool outcomes through that experience.
I guess for me, I think I see this like almost hesitation coming from the junior high to the high school. It's like, oh, I can't do that. And I think for me, my job is to get in front of them and to let them know, yes, you can, and it's a lot of fun, but you just have to give it a chance. Is, you know, trying to bridge that gap. So we start in the fall. Everybody goes to youth band night. We had like 200 kids crammed in the stands with us. And I make sure that I go to their concerts. I like say hi to the kids. They know I'm there. I went over to the middle school today to talk to them about course selection. And it's kind of funny because I feel like a mini celebrity. Like the kids are like waving at me like, and I'm like, I don't know who you are, but yay, you know? And I'm trying something new this year where I'm gonna get a couple of the kids and kind of treat it like a mini honor band experience for them and give them some high school repertoire to kind of read. Something that I think that they could maybe, you know, play like a couple supporting roles and invite them to come up to the high school a couple times, because I think one of the biggest things that I learned is get them out of the junior high, bring them over to the high school so that they can play with the big kids and be on the stage or be in the band room so that they can see it from that perspective, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm excited because it's something we have to do is just keep recruiting and just keep the music alive and exciting.
I have no problem with any colleagues, and I don't know what you're all talking about. It's seriously, these are all great comments. I think what's important, the districts and the school programs across the country that I've seen that have the most success are ones in which every instrumental music teacher at any level is committed and respects the job that each of their colleagues do. Because everyone has the same, or should have, hopefully, the same interest, which is, you know, we're all passionate about music and how it's enhanced our own lives. We want to pass that on to the students. We want to enhance their lives through studying music. You know, if you're in high school teacher, your job should hopefully not, the student shouldn't end playing an instrument and being involved in music at the end of your time with them. Your goal should be to give them that gift that's going to be a lifelong passion for music. And I think if you're a beginner, if you're teaching beginners and starting them on the instruments, you know, you have your own set of problems and issues to deal with too. And I think a lot of times high school teachers that really have a respect and reach out and realize everybody's part of the same team, the students sense that, you know, they do. I think that helps them realize that everybody's on the same page. And it's great when programs can help each other like that, with like a one night of beginners, and you see the high school band directors teaching trumpet to the beginners and how to open the case. And it's, I think that just goes a long way to make sure that everybody's included. And, you know, certainly at the university, we do those things, right? When we have honor bands or we have high school students, so we let them sit in, or side by sides. Those are all things that kind of break down those barriers, I think, and sort of just once we realize we're all in it the same and doing the same thing for the same ultimate goal, and how can we help each other with that goal, I think is the way to approach things.
Yeah, man, developing those relationships, fostering those relationships, and building that team, just really key in how we're able to communicate, how we're able to do things within our departments, with our colleagues. A couple things that we do around here, we have band director lunch every Monday, and we get together and we just have some wings and or other things, and you know, talk about what's going on, just so we're as busy as our jobs get and our lives get. We're going in different directions so often. Having that opportunity to just sit down and compare notes becomes really important. And we started doing something else this year. It started as just a weekly thank you for the GAs, because of all the work they do for us throughout the year. But our concert band, our campus band, runs till 9 o'clock on Thursday nights in the fall, and right after that we all get together at my house and we have Thursday night football, and sometimes some good food, sometimes other things I make, and a lot of the local high school band directors have also you know, started joining us for those nights. So it's become just a nice little way for the band director community in general to get together and share ideas, and, you know, just have these conversations where it doesn't have to be a special event. This is an ongoing conversation, you know. So Thursday nights are made for wings, friends, and get together with your department.
That's an open invite to everyone.
Everyone in TV land. Yo's VX house on Thursday nights. Yeah, there it is. So, all right, well, hey, I'd like to thank all of you for all of our clinicians for their input. A real special thank you to our high school directors for taking a day, taking a night, and doing something great for your students that's going to afford them some extra feedback and other experiences. So, I mean, these things that you're doing show that you really care and you want to get better. So any of the questions you have, they're going to figure themselves out just because of the way you go about your business. So grateful you're here, and look forward to the show and tell in a little bit. Okay.
Cool. Rams up.
We didn't do this when I was in school, so. Sorry.
Everyone is in the same boat you're in of undercookedness, so just relax. It's cool. I was thinking, feel free to say no. I was thinking we do all our mornings first like E, and then it's like up to G and G. You guys are the only people on the planet who are allowed to play the piece.
That's why I don't know it.
The only people alive who will not be sent straight to man jail for playing music. All right. Let's do this. Let's start with mornings for a second. Well, actually, we'll start with some warm-ups. We'll start with a warm-up package, mornings for a second, and then okay. You got like 38 and a half seconds to hit each gap and play a little on your own.
Bin horn, yes. Bin horn? Nice. How did you connect with them originally?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And you're playing up to a glass wall. So our perception of how loud we're playing is actually higher than how loud we actually are. So remember what he was talking about, that mezzo forte full sound, and just make it our default today. Okay, we're going to start with number 2. Contextually, like where we are listening within that mezzo forte, okay? Don't place, watch what I'm going to say. Still make sure that you are putting yourselves, like nesting your sound inside of our friends over here, okay? Just sustain the concert out together.
Yeah, I love getting to hear you all. And I love the variants you're playing. When you're working on these ramp up, ramp down type experiences, make this happen. Make sure you don't give away the surprise too early. So if I'm going to ramp down, if you listen to what you just experienced, the beginning of your note started softer, and then we ramped down, okay? You might want to do the exact opposite, actually. Kind of fake them out. Start with something big, so then you can actually do boo. I love good sound effects. Boo is the idea here. okay? Here's the other thing to talk about. I play French horn. Horn is my instrument, okay? And we spend so much time, your directors, getting to study an instrument and make ourselves the best musician we can so that we can teach as well. One of the things I like to do is steal some breathing type exercises, okay? We're not gonna do it like an in 4, out 4. Instead, we're gonna do this. Everybody say home. Home. Yeah, I love that you said it exactly like I said it. Home. Home. Now, I'm gonna steal this from my college horn professor. Instead of saying it out loud, you're gonna breathe it in. Watch. Okay, can you try that? And let it out. Nice. Now this time I want you to take longer to take the breath in. Take every bit of the space that you see me going. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get lightheaded. Here we go. Breathe in. And then let it out. Very nice. Yeah, can you make sure you're sitting up nice and tall? You don't need to do this number. We're not like, I don't know, aiming to be from England or something. Too elevated. But enough that you actually can expand here. You're gonna breathe in. Here we go. Now let it out. Good. Take a really quick sip breath. Yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. Cool, let it out. Yeah, that's the idea. So when we think about breathing, even on these concert Fs, when you're taking that breath in, what I like to think about is like I'm swinging a breath in and then letting it go. Rather than this, any golf fans, right? Yeah, thank you. There we go. So I'm not going to take a back swing that's and then hold it and hope that I actually hit accurately or with the same velocity. Okay, I'm going to be the best golf player I can be right now. Scotty Scheffler, okay? So I'm going to be the best golf player I can be, take a back swing that's here, and then let it release. With my breath. Try it one more time. Percussion, you can breathe with us too. It's good for you to breathe as well. Here we go. Breathe in. Ooh, does that feel different? But if you get a little yawn, that means you're taking in more air. Yeah, can we do a concert F together? With that breath that you just did. Here we go. Concert F together. Now you have to be really picky not to go back to your default. So make sure we're not all of a sudden going, da. Da is what we're doing. Try it again. Here we go. But now the air that you're taking in, which it's a little bit more than you were before. Shake your head up and down if you feel that. Yeah. Now you actually have to let that air go. Don't save it just for yourself. Okay? We're going to work on that mezzo forte this way. Let's let the air go all the way to the back of the hall. Here we go. It's going to be a little bit louder. Shake your head if you felt a difference. Good. We heard a difference too. So if we can default to that, then we're going to have a really good chance of making what we want it to be, kind of this default sound. Say home again. When you go home, remember to keep breathing like you're saying the word home without really that H. You can't say the H. We don't need that going. Okay, something just casual so we can get a full breath. Take all the time you have to breathe to go. Okay, and that'll help us a ton. Yeah, I see the yawns. It's coming. Yeah, end of the night too. Yeah. Why don't we jump on to something music-wise?
Yeah. Let's take out mornings for a second.
Home is your key word. Home. Hey, pause for a second while you're turning this music, or just turn and kind of open your ears as much as possible. Have you worked on this yet today?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. I want everybody in the room, what we're going to do, I love doing the random times too. You have 8.5 seconds to think of something that you've learned on this piece. Let's think specific to this piece, or maybe a concept that can apply to this piece. And then we're going to say it. Ready, set, think about it. You got 8 seconds. Like channeling your inner thought. I love this. Okay, what you got? Tell me what you got. Everybody's got an answer. Who wants to be brave? Yeah? 18 like an arrival. So keep going. Yeah! Sounds like you've worked with Dr. Gumbel. I love it. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, that sort of contrast. And for what we've been doing, since you've been working on default, having a little bit more air, start with something that has that default and then push yourself beyond that as we go. I love it. What else? What things can you steal from the day? Steal from those that give you good tips and advice. What about in the front row? Someone in the front row. What'd you learn? Yeah. Yeah, play out if you have the melody, play softer if you don't. I love that. Okay, you can kind of think, if you like Wicked, you like the movie Wicked? Anybody into Wicked right now? When's it your moment to be Elphaba? Thank you. When's it your moment to not be? Okay, and you have to figure out how does that work. Good, third row. Boom, boom, boom. Third, you'll be next. Third row, what'd you learn so far? What's something you can steal? Tubas, anybody? You got something? You got something? You got something? Everybody thought of something? Good. I'm going to play this with an increased amount of understanding because we've already rehearsed it today, right? Yep, good. Second row, Barry Sachs. Yeah. Careful tuning. Hey, and y'all, a lot of tuning is starting by just making sure you're aware of what's happening beyond your part. Okay, so getting your ears a little bit out of what's happening here so that we can listen collectively. All right, cool. Let's play it. We got it. We're great. It's going to be great. Hey. That was really good. Who starts? Who plays on one? Nice. My wonderful clarinet, lovely section. Okay. Can you take the breath we just talked about? So take in more air. Yeah, have air to get rid of right now. Let's start with too much, and then we can back off. This is when I go like this. Ready? Ready? Reset. Take two. Okay. Hey, and learn from what? Just experience. Learn from what experience, and keep going. Your job now is to be like, nothing is happening in this opening. It's going to be awesome. Here we go.
If you're using a different amount of air too, just understand that there's going to be things that happen that you're not used to happening.
Yeah.
Especially that one sucks.
Yeah. It's so beautiful, though. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Here we go.
It'll bite back, though.
Keep your tongue high.
First clarence, I'm sorry, we're noodling our entrance on beat 4 in the second measure. It's like happening a little bit late. Okay? So just think 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, off, 4. Okay? Use that beat 3 as your breath in measure 2. Okay? One more time.
this piece. Where does the jump again? Where's that first start?
The first start, 23.
First at 23. Can you please play the downbeat of measure 23 and hold it? Whatever you have at 23 and hold that note. Here we go. Ready? Good. Now take a breath that's a little bit more sizable. You might get sick of me saying the word breath today. That's okay. All right, let's try it again. Here we go. Ready? Notice how much more full your tone is when you take that breath. Okay, the very first note. Can we hear the very first note? Clarinets. Can you make sure you don't have any water in your mouthpiece or anywhere else? So first note. Ready? Good. I feel like I'm winning on the breath game right now. Fill up to like, I don't know, 75% of what you feel like you can get. Here we go. Ready? Yeah, it makes a difference in how we start. I think it's fine to start there. You're good. You're good. A little octave. That's fine. Start there so that we can actually go somewhere. Does that make sense? Okay, and then even when y'all add, let's add like 15% more sound. And just sound. Okay, clarinet tip 101 that I've learned from people way smarter than me when I think about how my corners have to be in. Yes? Yeah, like you're drinking a milkshake. These are things I've heard, and then that tongue as high as possible. When you put more air through your instrument, hey, this goes for everybody. When you put more air through your instrument, make sure all of a sudden we don't get really wide, like this, unless I'm playing tuba. Okay, we want to make sure we still have the tongue high as we go forward. Okay, start at the very beginning again if you don't mind. Don't play softer than that. Play exactly what you just did, because that was awesome. Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah. Think about the breath. Keep it going, keep going, keep going. And stop right here. Good. Now, every time you take a breath, it has to be a breath that you're like, I love this breath. Hey, whenever you enter, second row, third row, tell me what measure you enter. Ready, go. Okay, wonderful. So the beat before or the 2 beats before, you're going to take in a bigger breath. Shake your head if you get it. Get it? Good. This is great. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. That kind of whoa. And then y'all have the moving notes. You have like the gold within all of the chaos. So don't let it go all of a sudden go like this. Like fizzle into dust. Okay, keep it gold right here. Yeah, try it again one more time for the top. Then we'll get to a full ensemble moment. Thank you. Keep it going, keep it. Saxophones, keep going, keep going, keep going. measure's that? 23? I love that measure. Hey, this is like movie soundtrack moment for me. We used to listen to Chronicles of Narnia a long time ago, like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the original. And it has this, where this is underneath, and then this gorgeous melody's on top. Okay, whoever plays this melody, wave at me if you ever play ya-da-dee-da at some point in this piece. Wave at me. Saxophones, you present it first. Horn plays it, yes. Even in keyboard instruments. Okay, let's be careful. Think of it this way. When we go lower, is it going to automatically to the audience get softer or louder? What do you think? If you don't do anything, is it going to sound like it's getting softer or louder? Softer. Yeah, if I'm like low register clarinet. Okay, so as I get lower, I want you to think about getting louder. Going lower, get louder. That works for almost every instrument in the room. Actually, yes, let's say every instrument in the room right now. As we're getting lower, we want to put a lot of air through it. Now, saxophones, those low notes can pop out sometimes. Don't be afraid for that to happen right now. Then as you get more comfortable, like, okay, we can touch back a little bit, but that will be okay. Go 4 before 18. Or, yeah, was 18 your arrival spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 before 18. Let's go 4 before 18. And remind me your name? Yes, James. James told us we're gonna do what at 18? We're gonna arrive. Okay, I want you to open the doors a little bit more. Not like I have an 8-month-old puppy, y'all. And if I open the door this much, she doesn't go out, thankfully. Okay, but if I open my patio door wide open, the dog runs like a mad dog, okay? So I want you to think about opening the door wide open so that we know it's an arrival point. Let's try it.
When the triplets are not as fast as you think they are, there's moving quarter notes behind you, so you can listen to that. Here's 4 before 8.
Think about the breath you're about to take. Good. Hey, insider info, ready? When a composer puts a box around a number, that means it's important, okay? So anytime you see those moments, it's probably another arrival point. And for this piece specifically, even back at 18, one of the funky things is that you get like, I don't know, a measure to really let it emphasize and be an arrival. Okay, so you can do a little bit of this. Put your hands in front of you like you're gonna conduct. Yes, we'll finish with this. We gotta get to an arrival point, okay? Thank you. So one of the things I like to do is this, start here. Okay, you need to start here so that we can actually go, whoop. Do the sound effect, here we go. Whoop. Yeah, that's an arrival point, you just said it. So now you have to mimic the same thing on your instrument with the right notes that the composer wrote so that we do what the composer intended. Does that make sense? We have to get to an arrival point by starting here and then going, and that'll make a big thing. That moment right there can be another point just because of the harmonic shift. Yeah, that's a nice moment there. Is that my cue to wrap up with something? Yeah. Okay, good. Everyone say arrival. Arrival. And everyone say I'm going to take a really great breath every single time I can. Great breath. Mumble, 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 mumble. Okay, you get the idea. Yeah, that's going to be such a key point, okay? I'll be back, but I'm going to pause there for a second and come over here. Y'all are awesome. Yes, I do. Yeah, have fun, y'all. Thanks. Okay, great. Oh, thank you. Thanks. I love it so much. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. It's nice to have a... Wow, this is fancy.
All right, here we are with
Yeah.
Dr. Hannah Morrison.
Yeah.
That-
Did your mic turn on? I'm sorry, can I check your mic? Sorry about that.
Very good.
Yeah, it did.
Okay. We still rolling?
Yes.
All right.
We're good. You're good.
Technical difficulties. I don't know. The other ones didn't go. I'm gonna blame you.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
that's
the
all.
new,
I
the new person here.
know. Easy to blame.
That was phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
Appreciate
really great.
it.
That was the first
Very
time
glad
that
to be
I
here.
got to see Dr. Morrison work. You have a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about that.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, it's easy to be enthusiastic about something you love. And
Sure.
I think, as cheesy as it sounds, I think it's fine. It's one of the beautiful things about getting to do art and getting to play music. And I'm thankful to be at a place that values education too, for beyond what's happening here.
Right.
We care deeply about everything from K all the way up,
Right.
beyond even the college age. And so that helps a lot of the enthusiasm. Sure, the coffee does too, or the espresso machine in the office. But really, honestly enjoying what I get to do, and thankful to be here.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, they had an hour of dinner, and then they had an hour
Yeah.
of me yapping at them.
Yeah.
So it had been a couple hours, and so
Yeah.
it took a second.
It took a second to get in.
Yeah, and also the beginning of that's like just a little bit, but you did a great job of getting them to play more soloistically when they're playing softly,
Yeah.
which is something that's challenging, right?
Yeah, and it is, and you can even see, like, with these ensembles here, it's sometimes hard to get them to be okay to make a mistake. And
Yes.
so, like, the nervous laughter that you saw pretty early on,
Mm-hmm.
and being okay and not squashing their dreams, but making sure they know, hey, let's try something new. Let's think about the things we've actually talked about today, and reset after a dinner break and sit
Right.
down and, okay, let's go for it. Let's give it another shot.
I squashed their dreams for an hour, so you can't, if you do that too, that's cruel. So yeah, you need to be uplifted. So no, one of my main messages was like anything that's worth doing is worth doing poorly, and that nobody gets to skip.
Right.
I'm quite sure the first time you worked with a band, you were not that good,
No.
right? I mean,
Right.
just because no one is. So
Yeah, it takes the time.
And you'll probably be better in some way that I wouldn't know how it would, but in
Yeah.
10 years, you know what I mean?
I
It's
hope
just
so, right,
just
right.
perspective. It's
Right.
just self-awareness. It's but
Yeah.
that's hard to grasp at that age. So
Yeah.
anyway, all right. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Get back
Glad
in there.
to be here.
Yeah, of course.
Enjoy, y'all. Okay, think about the breath you're about to take for this moment. Are we starting at the same spot?
Yep.
Awesome.
272.
I get it. Thanks for laughing at my joke. Okay, momentary pause. I'm glad I got to experience that. That was great. Okay, some of you just put more air through your instrument in that A than you put on the piece that has a different dynamic. So, hey, think about that. Like, what is your default, and then what do you do all of a sudden when you're maybe a little bit more, I don't know, timid at what's happening piece-wise? And work the opposite. Okay, put some more air. Wait to the end to decrescendo on that. That's a, thanks for doing that. Yeah.
Let's get B flat.
Hey, Mr. Regani, can I mention something over here? Everyone's going to learn a little bit about our bell front instruments. Y'all are lucky. Okay, maybe it's the horn player in me. What makes the horn so unique is that the sound reflects, and we love that. Okay, what makes your instrument unique is that your sound is going directly there. Okay, so if I'm playing the trumpet, and I'm sitting over here, or trombone, or kazoo with a bell front, all right? And I play like this, where is my sound going? Straight into the stand. Yes, thank you, straight to the stand. Sometimes that's perfect. More often than not, it's better to have it where you can clear a little bit, even trombone, like, whoa, we love that stand. Okay, we can find a way, and I don't want you to have to go too much here, so what I like to kind of do, and maybe you have to experiment with this, is put it at a little bit of an angle. Now your sound can go straight to Mr. Regani, and you can still see your music, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, same with trombone, like I kind of like to think the same way. So we have our, yeah. And your slide still fits underneath this, so you're in good shape, and you can still see the music well. So this is really important for y'all. Where your stand is placed matters, so that you can actually communicate up here, yes? Okay, how many of you feel like you're pretty good at communicating with your conductor? Like you check in, I don't know, once a bar, every couple bars. Raise your hand if you feel that way. There's some in this room I could, like, yeah. Yeah, nice. How many of you feel like you are really attached to staring at your piece of music? How many of you feel that way? Yeah. So we want to find the happy medium. Okay, your conductor is not like, it's all about me, and Mr. Regani is not that way, okay, but great way to unify the ensemble. So if there is something that's funky, you're like, oh, I've got someone on my side that's willing to help me make sure and communicate. So just a couple things, wherever we want to start at the end of that.
Yeah, let's start at 65. I felt like we had a really good spot the other day in class in terms of how we're approaching articulations. Bum, 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 bum. And actually, like, projecting some kind of emotion out of the articulations, and I felt like we kind of noodled them that time, okay? Here's right on 65. Think about the actual dictate to the note. Actually, continue. Bum, bum, bum. We're still in that time.
Yeah, I would say a little bit more sound there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. That's like my, Just a little bit more. Hey, and while we're stopped here, hey, y'all, when a beautiful, gorgeous piece like this finishes, okay, and you're like giving a love song to someone, okay, and then you put your instrument down like this, you've just ruined the moment. Even at the end of the piece, can you think about how you, like, the way that people are seeing you perform is just as important as the way that people are hearing you perform? Can we think a little bit more about that? And I think that'll make those moments really cool.
Yeah, 65 one more time. I thought that was great. Flutes and clarinets, you have an extra special moment with your 2 8 notes before measuring 68, okay? Another opportunity to like pull up the mic.
Gold, more gold. Hey, you know who I like to steal from on like releases of notes? I always like to steal from the clarinet section. I learned this from a good teacher of mine because their decay can do this really well. And then it can like go into nothingness. Okay, we have to work hard on that on some certain instruments. We have to think about elevating so that the pitch doesn't go, but it stays nice and high, especially on flute, right? Stay exactly in that pocket as we're going. That duet moment is really beautiful, yeah? We can go, let's go 20% more second flute so we get like, both of your voices are heard at that moment. Okay, I think it's the matching shoe heights on the, yeah, that's it, yeah. That's what it is. Half the bands, I was. All right. Oh yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, now you know what you have to purchase next time, yeah. That's a no. Cool.
Cool. Do you guys feel good about this? It is completely night and day from earlier, so really good work on this. Awesome. Take out Kingdom.
Yeah! Hey, as you're moving this piece, check this out. I love that y'all are getting to do this. You've already, like Mr. Regani's already talked about how special it is that you're getting to premiere something that hasn't been performed. One of the coolest things about what we get to do, like our wind band instrumentation and our neat thing, is that people are willing to write for it all the time. Hey, and if you have ever tried to compose in your life, keep doing more of that. Even if it's one melody on my instrument, and then I'm gonna double it, and I'm gonna make it for flute and clarinet, and I'm gonna play with a buddy. That's composing. Like that's doing what we're doing. Celebrate the fact that you get to share tonight with new music, like brand new music. It's really exciting. I'm excited. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited.
And also keep in mind, like you really had somebody writing for you. Like everybody who has worked with you today knows Ben Horn. Like they know him. He's a cool cat, and you guys are gonna get to see him already. But if I haven't said it already, you're gonna see him before your concert.
It's awesome.
You get to work with him, so it's gonna be a really awesome opportunity. Sophia, you back in on suspended cymbal duty? Okay.
Yes.
We're missing like 5 percussion.
Aw, hey, way to go, team percussion. I appreciate you. I really do. Percussion makes a huge impact, yeah.
Yeah, you can play a lot.
Oh my gosh, I just missed something. Okay, that's fine, all right. Let's play some music.
start us a little bit quicker too. And also, if you come in on beat 1 of measure 2, like play that entrance, okay? We're probably playing at a piano right now. I think we could play that at a forte, okay? Once more.
Slight pause, ready? The energy you're putting through long notes right now is really great. It's much like if we can copy and paste that to the Gillingham, and having that same energy, even though the tempo's a little bit slower, that's gonna take that next piece to the next level too. So good job, nice job, y'all. More suspended tempo, yeah. That's my fault, I'll take that lane. Hold on 1 second, good. I spooked you, yeah. Your volume, you wanna match what the snares are eventually gonna get. So let's go 10% more, even more, yeah.
Don't be afraid.
I won't talk this time.
Snares, can we just do, actually, all percussion, can we just start together, please, at measure 2? Right on measure 2? Yep, like the very beginning. Just for our sense of time, and then saxophones be ready. I got some for you in a minute, okay?
Okay, hey, if percussion's gonna play right now, winds, this is your job. So all will winds, brass. Your job is to kind of move in the meter with them a little bit. It might look a bit ridiculous, but I want you to think about moving. Sometimes with rhythm, we try and think so hard. We're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're trying thinking that we don't feel enough. Okay, so I want you to feel this a little bit. Even if you don't dance, just do a little bit of something so that you're starting to get it in your body and in your mind and all the above. Yeah, let's try it.
Cool.
Measure 2 is where we're starting?
Yep,
okay, I'm gonna stare at your part. Thanks.
Saxophone. When we get to B, keep in mind it's 6 bars of 6/8 again, okay?
Good. Hey, real quick, how many of you were willing to kind of do this number? Who was grooving with me? I was staring at your music. Remind me your name? Sophia. I was staring at Sophia's music, kind of getting into it. Hey, did you feel it a little bit more? Yeah. Like, and then I bet you heard, like I was listening to the snare drum part and how much it works with your music. That's good percussion writing, right? This interaction, like feeling music rather than always thinking the rhythm's gonna help you internalize it more. So it's cool.
Sophia, it's suspended is great.
to give you the chance to play it and feel good about tonight. One quick thing, bass player, what's your name? John? Awesome. If y'all could see John, like John's doing a little bit of this. It's like classic bass player, right? I love it, okay? But what's happening is, I bet you're feeling the music really well. And then, hey, on this rhythm, dee, 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 dee. I want you to listen real close, ready? Dee, 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 dee. Do you feel the slight nudge on beat 1, 2, 2? Do you feel it? Okay, I think that would help, just like unify. Just a little slight nudge on big beat 1 and 2. Say this with me. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Yeah, it's okay, you can be ridiculous, yeah? So if you put a little bit of a nudge rhythmically, it's gonna help a bunch. It's like pulse points is what I've heard it referred to, some sort of a little subtle accent, so wherever you need to go.
Cool. Let's start at pickups to C, okay? Pickups to C, remember, protect the melody. And also, I actually think we can play out a little bit more right now. Pickups to C. Section? You want to go to I? Yes. Let's do that. All right, yeah.
Where did we just stop?
We stopped here.
Oh, great. Yeah, so stopping at I. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, when you work on this section with them, the snares are going to have to come down. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Maybe practice that release and that ending. I'm going to come back here with percussion.
Yeah. Hey, Lance, let's take a peek at letter G. And what specifically I'm looking for is our arrival at letter H.
As much sound as you can get out of bongos. All right, like let's kind of lay into it a little bit here, thinking relaxed wrists. And then maybe one day you try various mallets and stuff in your band hold. But this is such a cool color, so let's hear a lot of it. Cool?
Is our entrance in that last 3-4 bar, okay? If we just need 10 theta dot dot. Theta dot dot 1. 1 and 2, 3, 1. 1 and 2, 3, 1. Yep. So if I were to, here, everybody put your finger on H, back up with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars. We're at, it's a 2-2 bar. Bing, bum, ba, ba, bing, bum, ba, ba, bing, bum, ba, ba, bing, bum, bing, bum, bing, ba, bum, bum, bum. Okay, can we try that real quick? 6 before H.
Just so you know, we got about 2 minutes before 8:30. Yeah.
Here you go. Right. loudest thing in the world. Really quick. Let's play the bar before I. Bum, bum! And then off. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. What? Oh, you don't even play that. It's the Snuggie. It's giving him superpowers. Someone take it. Do we have enough time to kind of like connect the dots a little bit? Or
Sure, we can. Yeah, as people are coming in, we'll kind of show some things down here.
I'd feel really good if we went back to the beginning and made sure we were good with all the transitions and counting. Would you? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. You guys have been killing it all day, so keep it up.
Hey, if people start walking in, just keep your attention up here. Yeah, it's kind of a good exercise to have, and then we'll keep going here.
It's like Dr. Morrison said earlier, take 11.2 seconds and think about something that you have worked on in this and gotten better at. All right, go. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.2. All right, here we go.
Yeah. Hey, it's so much fun to get to hear y'all, especially at the end of the day. Before you pack up, before you move, hold on a second. Good. Your goal tonight to be to, one, celebrate what everybody has done tonight, enjoy that. Yeah, and find something that another group does that you want to copy and paste. It's the same goal for them. Find something that they're going to steal from y'all that you do it excellent, then play the same confidence on both pieces. Have fun. Will you thank your director, Mr. Reagani? Thank him for being here. It's really cool for you to get to enjoy these experiences, and you get to finish it tonight with the Wind Ensemble here at Westchester, which I think you'll really enjoy. Would love to see y'all at events we have here at Westchester. Come hang with us throughout the semester. We get to stay here and just hang. Why don't you take a second, stand up for just a second and stretch, or one of these. Yeah. That's so much fun. Good. I'm gonna go throw this off, and then.
Yeah.
You got time. You're good.
We start at 9, right?
8:45.
8:45. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you got time.
Yeah. We start at 8:45, so be back like well in advance.
Okay. I'll be right back. Glad we all talked too before getting to hear each group. It helps. Rocco, can I give you this? Can I give you this?
Okay, hello. This is the end. This is the best part, which is nice that when these events kind of culminate in the best part of the evening. We are about to hear the fruits of the labor of these kids who, every single one of these kids woke up very early this morning. They all had bus rides. Some were long, some were really long. None of them are spending the night here. They've all got that, it's like almost 9 p.m. It's like, this is a long day. I cannot thank the kids anymore for their attitude, their questions, their curiosity during my class. I've done over 1,000 of those around the world, and sometimes the students make it harder, and sometimes they make it really easy, and it's usually just like right in the middle. It's it's neither harder nor easier, and they made it really easy. They were really fantastic. So hats off to Exeter High School, Camp Hill High School, and Cedar Crest High School, and their directors. They're just fantastic. We've heard some really great music making today, and I hope you enjoyed the band director panel. If you missed any of this, by the way, this is all going to be available to stream via YouTube eventually, and so you can also check out previous years as well, which is great. It's a really wonderful resource that lives on, and if you're just joining for the performance, then it's been the same band. The Camp Hill High School Wind Ensemble has been in the auditorium, and we have heard that same band working with 3 different clinicians. They first worked with Dr. Adam Gumbel here of Westchester University. They next worked with Dr. Mary Schneider, who is the director of bands at Eastern Michigan. And then they just worked with the newest addition to the Westchester University band family, Dr. Hannah Morrison. I had never seen her work before, and she was phenomenal, really exceptional. I would not say that if I did not think that. I obviously wouldn't be criticizing her since they're the host, but I would not be saying how great I was blown away. Just the energy, what she said, how she said it. She made the kids demonstrably better right away. It was really wonderful. So we are going to, I'm not exactly sure what the order is. I'm the last to find anything out. It's not like I have to say it into a camera. Andy, what is it?
Camp Hill.
Camp Hill is first. Exeter is second.
Cedar Crest.
Cedar Crest. Like I said, the order is going to be Camp Hill, and then Exeter, and then Cedar Crest, and then finally it's going to be the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of that guy right there. So, stay tuned. We are going to be back tomorrow for let's see here. 9 o'clock is when we go on the air. We might, Andy and I might come on just a few minutes beforehand. But the first clinic starts at 9:15, and that is going to be the group in the auditorium tomorrow is going to be Henderson High School, which is the clinician. First clinician will be Hannah Morrison, Dr. Morrison from 9:15 to 10:45. Then Dr. Schneider from 11 to 12:30. And then the band director round table is going to be from 1:30 to 2:20. 12:30 to 1:20, and then 1:30 to 2:30 will be Dr. Gumbel, and then we will do the performance that you're about to hear, but with these 3 new bands, which are the North Penn High School Wind Ensemble, the Henderson High School Wind Ensemble, and the St. Mark's High School Wind Ensemble as well. Wanted to thank J.W. Pepper for providing the stream. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. And also wanted to thank, of course, Westchester University Wells School of Music. The Westchester University Incomparable Golden Rams Marching Band is a group of 330 plus students that proudly represents Westchester University and the greater Westchester community. Comprised of students from more than 60 different majors, the marching band involves students from every segment of the campus population and is the largest student organization at Westchester University. You can contact the Director of Athletic Bands, Adam Gumble, at agumble@wcupa.edu. You can also just Google Adam Gumble Band email, and it's going to come right up for more information about how to join this outstanding organization. And finally, I wanted to thank KHS America for helping to make my appearance possible. And actually, if you're hating the job I'm doing, you can email them and you can let them know. But also thank them in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance is what helped to make my appearance possible today, and Jupiter XO Band Instruments. And I performed on my XO brass tuba for the kids. I played a little Bach, and then I also played a transcription of a solo that my teacher Sam Palafian did called Buddy Bolden's Blues, so I played a little bit of jazz for them. I played a little bit of classical, and I spoke to them about taking risks, about being patient with yourself, about how I have had a lot more success acting my way into different thinking and very little success thinking my way into different acting, both on the instrument and off, and that usually any big problem I'm facing is not an issue of just thinking about it more, or even after a point researching it more. It's just starting and then figuring it out and then going on from there. Again, they were just fantastic. So we are going to head in now. It might be another minute or so before things get started, but we're going to head in now to the hall. But again, one more time, thank you to our hosts here, the Westchester University Wells School of Music. Thank you to J.W. Pepper for the stream, and thank you to KHS America for making my appearance possible. And enjoy these performances of these four bands, and we're going to head in now.
All right, friends. Our second ensemble for the evening is the Exeter Township Concert Band under the direction of Lorraine Selke. And they will be performing the Fanfare for a New Era by Pink Zebra and the Rondo from Prelude Siciliano and Rondo by Malcolm Arnold. Please welcome them.
Oh, I didn't know we were going for that. Thank you.
And what do we call this? The group?
Concert band.
Concert band. Okay. Cool. And the final high school group we have performing for you this evening is the Cedar Crest High School Concert Band under the direction of Scott Muntz. And they'll be performing A Place Like Home by Adrian Sims and a portion of the Overture for Winds by Charles Carter. Please welcome them.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Glad you're here. All right, friends. Well, we're at the end of our evening, and I just want to offer some thanks to the people who made this event possible. First, special thanks to the National Band Association in its sponsoring events like this for groups across the country. Secondly, I'd like to thank our friends at J.W. Pepper, who have been so gracious to provide the streaming services. So even if our folks aren't here and they wanted to tune in or something like that, they could jump on their computer and see our performances and see the different things that we're offering during the day. Special thanks to Rocco Richardson and Frank Guardino, who are out in the lobby producing the stream. Thanks to Jupiter Musical Instruments and XO Brass for sponsoring Andrew Hitz. How cool was he? Yeah? Good. And our guest clinician from Eastern Michigan University, Dr. Mary Schneider. And the best colleagues anyone could ever have, Dr. Adam Gumbel, Dr. Hannah Morrison. Good. All right, so this is the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. We are one of 4 concert wind ensembles, concert wind bands in the Wells School of Music. All of our wind bands, our students are placed by audition. If you want to play in a wind band at Westchester University, everybody gets a seat. You audition to figure out which seat you get. That's kind of how it works. We have 2 tunes, 2 pieces that we're going to perform for you this evening. The first one is entitled Parhelion. Parhelion is a natural occurrence when sunlight passes through ice crystals. It creates a corona around the sun, like a crown. And it's a natural occurrence, especially in northern areas. And it's a fanfare for band that was composed by a good friend of ours, Roshan Etsadi, who will be joining us on campus in a couple weeks for a guest residency. And we'll be performing a number of pieces by her. So if you'd like to check out a little bit of Roshan's music and see the finished product of what this group will present, February 23rd, it's a Sunday, here on campus, we'll be presenting that concert. The final piece that we'll perform for you this evening is entitled Bells for Stokowski. And it was written for, in memory and as a tribute to Leopold Stokowski. For those of you who are Disney fans, he's the conductor with the white gloves who joined Mickey in the 40s to produce Fantasia. All right, it's that conductor. So the composer had the idea. Stokowski was the conductor of the Philadelphia Orchestra for 25-ish years, beginning of the 1900s to about the 30s. And the composer had the idea that Stokowski just woke up in Philadelphia one day, was kind of wandering around the city and seeing different things like the Liberty Bell and the sun rising. So bells factor very prominently in this composition, as well as that particular conductor's appreciation, love, and incorporation of the music of J.S. Bach. So one of the main themes you'll hear in this tune is a melody that was written in the style of J.S. Bach by the composer Michael Daugherty. So that piece is, like most of the things that y'all are working on, is a work in progress for us. So we just finished rehearsal number 3 on this music, and we're going to be performing for you this evening a little bit of the beginning and a little bit of the ending of that piece. Is just a little bit of a teaser. So if you'd like to come back and see the finished product, you could join us on February 23rd. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I really believe that the mark of great programs is seeking opportunities to get better. And you being here today says a lot about your directors, commitment to you and your commitment to your programs, and just taking in some new ideas, probably reinforcing some old ones, and taking the opportunity to just get better as an ensemble. So best of luck with everything you have going on for the rest of your spring. And here's the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. interesting compositional things Doherty does in this piece is to highlight the whole bells idea within the composition. He has them on either side of the ensemble very intentionally, so it's almost surrounding the sound and with the idea of the bells are just coming from everywhere. Okay. How we doing, kids? Yeah. Okay. It's Michael Doherty's Bells for Stokowski. Okay. explore that melody that happens and is developed in the middle, and we're going to take you to what is the end of this piece now, okay? All right, friends. Thanks so much for a great day. Safe travels and best luck with everything you have on your plates for the rest of the semester. Great work. Yeah.